Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は約日目です。It is day 100. Thanks, Uni. Hello. So it is day 100. It's time to do our 100-day tentative takes, right? Oh, the Valentine's. Yes, day 100. Arigato. So, in a reverse order, because of the timing of our WaniKani lessons, we're still doing our WaniKani lessons. Duolingo Spanish is liberating the time for this. This time though, I have to keep myself honest a little bit even more because I could spend the entire day doing this. Those are risks I'm willing to take, but we have reached 100 days, and as promised, I'm keeping in line with all the projects set up. I almost thought about taking a leap day because my voice is a little bit wrecked. Let's get into it. This will be very different now. The last yesterday we did our Duolingo Spanish thing, and I have prepped at least 10 of those already between Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese, so that format was fairly familiar. Now we're gonna tweak the format, right? Tweak the format to do SRS stuff, and the overall structure will be very similar in the sense of its sentimental importance, but the execution will be leveraging the many things that SRS is very excellent at, and also with the contribution of other people, the users and whatnot. So we're gonna get right into it. I wanted to say something else. Oh, and obviously, since this is the first one, it's gonna be a little sketchy, tentative. Most things are tentative. And I expect to do another 4 of these. I think by the time we get to day 500 is probably where we'll see the end of the WaniKani journey. We'll get into that a little bit and the projections here. 500 give or take, so we'll have at least 5, maybe plus 1 more as an end thing or a maintenance thing. So let's get into the early routines. So always exciting to start a new thing to write about because what I do, and doing it live. As a disclaimer, right, or a disclosure, I do this when I'm not streaming as well, but with many other things, and sometimes I don't even write them anymore. You kind of reflect on the day on a daily basis. And if you're ever wondering, when do you feel like this is a normal part of your daily routine? I would say you don't think about it and you do it, and from day to day, after some points, it almost feels effortless as a part of your right hand or something like that. Like you sit there at the end of the day, the stream goes off, or whatever you're doing, like the book goes off, and the first thing you think about is, I have all these ideas. Yoink! You write them down. Or alternatively, since we're all fans of technology, you can take your phone, right? Hit that record button and say what you were thinking. Dictation is possible. It's old school, but it's certainly possible. And not only can you spin a new school on old school, when you do dictation from your phone, you can transcribe it into written form, right? Leverage technology. Transcription helps you improve your handwriting. Maybe it might be transformative in terms of like drawing and whatnot. However, you have technology that can leverage that. Just an idea. Something that I have thought about when I get a new device in this year, because this is the year that I swap over to a new device, and I'll be implementing some of these in my own habit formation, because transcribing has now taken a new life in terms of writing. So while I'm writing in a different language, I might not necessarily want to continue adding more load of transcription in English or using Roman characters, right? So that's also something I'll mention in the future as an experiment. So, like, I often write notes during this, which I'll talk a little bit about WaniKani. I usually write in it or type in it. Alternatively, I could, since I'm already saying a lot of things out loud, I can do a dictation and a transcription in live while I'm doing that. So my notes themselves will come in 3 forms. You can see them on the screen while I'm writing. I could provide, maybe like in a Discord or something, a record of what was transcribed and post those. So there'll be alternative ways to demonstrate what things in my head that I'm transcribing and things that I'm literally writing on screen. There are many ways to do this, and I think it's pick or choose. I'm trying to illustrate as many things that go on in my head and how I selectively go through the pool. Like, I'm not trying to remember what I said yesterday, for example, like everything I said yesterday. I think I was talking nonstop for 7 hours for the Duolingo Spanish thing. So the idea is there are very specific things, and I do understand that people love short format things these days, but when you shorten things and summarize things, nuances are lost. However, you can do that with yourself a lot of times, because then you can choose to speak as long as you want, and then you can also reduce it. And that's a skill that can be very helpful. It doesn't go the other way though. As in, when you're very used to speaking in short, concise, maybe often generalized manner, it requires input in order to know how to expand and appreciate the nuances. We're language learning right now, so it's literally a feeling that someone gets. There's a contraction of their ability to express something in the target language, and that with that expansion of the target language comes jostling and juggling more intricacies of the language. However, that expansion feels a relief, but at the same time exhausting, right? You're relieved that you're being able to expand back to where you got contracted, but at the same time, it takes effort to push it back out. So now take that idea and think about all the ways you express things to people now in your native language. You have all the expanse of your native language, yet that the vast majority of people contract their expression. So these are related. They are related skills. However, they are also, many of the practices and outputs are mutually unrelated. As in, one can have incredibly expansive vocabulary and nuance of their language, and yet express a fundamental deficiency in able to wield that language to be expressive and useful for themselves. So I am not saying that I am unable to, like Uni mentioned about short format yesterday. I'm not saying I'm unable to shorten and provide and make short format. I'm more saying that I prefer to keep them elongated, and when I go and find the appropriate situations, I would reduce them. So you could kind of say it's kind of my bait and switch in a way, not in a negative way, but I choose to select people based on my long-winded investment, and I can generally choose when to make it more digestible, right? And I deliberately do this, in my opinion, and intentionally understand the consequences of, if I want to be more approachable, I can shrink the length. So now I'm slowly doing some of these. And WaniKani at day 100, my tentative takes, candid conclusions, and opening opinions are my attempt to shrink it a little bit. Because if you're looking at the proportionality, 100 days of WaniKani, which I'll talk about the timing soon, this one video is 10%. It works out pretty well because I already manage it. It works out to 10% of the amount of time I am streaming and talking about WaniKani. So, or less actually, now that I think about it, because we're talking about in chronological days and not actual hours. More on that in a bit. So, let's get into it. I will start with going off what my introduction is like first. So what is, we're doing our really quick, because yesterday I kind of used it as a leaping point. So why does this look very blurry? Am I just pushing really hard? Oh yeah. So tentative takes. Highlight from yesterday, because all of these are going to stack on each other in another 6 days. We're going to say this again. Even more abbreviated. So what are tentative takes? They are my attempt to provide what most people refer to as a review. Maybe even consider an impression, because this isn't the last time we're going to do it. And or a summary. Now, oftentimes, tentative takes is a compression of, I'm gonna call them hot takes, but they're not that hot because I spend like 7 hours on one. Hot takes of most of the long lasting points across, with a reduction, let's just say with a reduction of 90%. Is that how you do that? A reduction of, I don't know if that's how math works. 90% of the watch time, right? So basically, I'm taking the hot takes and I'm trying to actively reduce, like say we have 100 hours, I'm trying to reduce it to 10 hours. That's, we're using round numbers, so it's a little easier to illustrate. So for every 100 hours of something, I'm trying to reduce it down to 10 hours. Although sometimes it's more like at least greater than 90%, right? And that can be very tough, because subjects that I know about, I kind of know with great detail and practice. And if the more you invest and practice in specific topics, you are compelled to feel like, dang, my integrity is what makes that feeling consistent, not the pragmatic side of things. So integrity is often not pragmatic. So what I mean by that is I think all 100 hours is what represents my integrity. However, when I reduce it down to 10 hours or less, it can be sentimentally not as rewarding because I know that I will get questions in which the 100 hours answer, right? However, this is the nature of one living inside one's head versus being able to express other people outside. So yes, it's a massive reduction. I want to state these numbers a little bit, give an example of numbers, because what seems like 10 minutes might seem like an eternity to someone because their average length is like 2 minutes. Well, for me, it's more on the scope of hundreds of hours. I'm going to write hundreds of hours to tens of hours. Right. So let's get into that. Here's some little bit of why and how very quickly. Why tentative takes? Largely because I touched upon yesterday about the idea of honesty. Yeah, we'll stick with honesty and due diligence. Be very, very quick about this. What do I mean by honesty and due diligence? I'm self-studying, right? And even more so, self-studying a language for the first time. And self-study requires a self-imposed evaluation. Now, one may make an argument, oh yeah, these tools give you evaluation. Yeah, but what do those metrics mean to you? Right? So, it's an ability to analyze and refine data, right? Data. The data themselves are functionally informative. But are they valuable and useful, right? Value is imparted by the user of the data. So we'll get a lot of data this time around because we're using an SRS system. The Duolingo stuff are approximations because they don't provide specific metrics in the grand scheme of metrics this way. And I actually think that is one of the silver linings for Duolingo, because data can be wielded very misleadingly. Like you could say, yeah, kanji number goes up, and yet your retention goes down. Data is as powerful as you are able to self-impose evaluation. And it is the same for SRS and Duolingo, and pretty much anything in general. If you're unable to apply the data, refine the data, like refine the use of the data, generally speaking, it can miss, right? And it can be great too. However, here's the thing. It can be great passively. So you can know that, oh yeah, if I follow this data, it'll improve. So I just keep following that data. Like what happens when you're done with it? Or what happens when you move to a new tool? What happens when you move to a new strategy? Well, then you're going to try and change all those strategies into that same data form. Well, there are many things in the world, and certain things do not carry the same data form. Not only that, when you try to frame everything in the same data form, you'll lose granularity and nuance. You will likely encounter places where that data becomes misleading. Like, for example, counting kanji when you're reading a book. That means a very different thing than counting kanji on WaniKani. And then counting kanji in an anime you're watching. Those metrics, while they still measure the same thing, their application and their methodology of how they calculate that and what the impact and meaning of that is varies wildly. The reason why I'm bringing this up is I ended a notion during the Duolingo thing about how someone would suggest that an app that does no overlapping methodology with another app, seemingly this person is able to say one is better than the other by saying, oh, the results of people's testimonies of proficiency is the output. Like, let's do a little hot take there. When you think of an output, it is based on people's testimonial progress. Do you think the people who use Duolingo's population is different from the people who use streaming Spanish? Because if you can't appreciate that, then you do not have an understanding of the data that you're using for comparative analyses. Because I can argue with you that there is probably a very generous, this is an understatement, that the population of Duolingo has a pre-selection difference from the population who use streaming Spanish. And that in itself invalidates or greatly makes someone question how you could use that as a metric for saying one is better than the other. And of course, the classic one is it worked for me, so therefore it must work for a bunch of people, right? That could be the shortest Occam's razor way of suggesting providing advice, which is if it worked for me, it obviously will work for you. That's anecdotal and testimonial with a sample size of 1. So data is great. The internet has been really, really wonderful in providing data. Data is fantastic. And I'm not that great with statistics, right? The greatest thing I've ever done was probably manipulate millions of point mutation in high throughput sequencing for bioinformatics, right? And there are plenty of brilliant software engineers out there who can probably bootstrap and create correlations and whatnot with data. But what do they do with that data is still incredibly deficient. I would say the vast majority of people who think, who have access to data, who uses data, did not either had a formal education and or dedicated effort into understanding how one can apply that data. Simple corollary studies with no consideration for confounding variables is a fallacious practice. It's a practice in fallacious logic, right? And then a word of wisdom is still a correlation is not causation. That's fair enough, but that's the surface. That's like the tip of the iceberg. When you get deeper into the iceberg, there are far more fallacious logical leap of logic that not only involves correlational data and inferring causation, but inappropriately not able to appreciate what that data actually measures in its isolation. Like, what does WaniKani's kanji count mean to me? We'll go into it a little bit. And what does radical count mean to me? And to a user, maybe. But I usually talk about myself because I'm not that bold in inferring all the possibilities of what that data may infer to other people. I might mention some trendy thoughts about this in order to represent like an awareness of the cultural use of the data, right? And kanji count is definitely one of them. We'll get more into that now. So it's honestly due diligence. We're doing self-study, so we need to self-impose an evaluation, and this is how I do it. And then I analyze and refine the data in order to, right, inform my awareness, which usually deals with the idea of, well, how, for example, competent I am within the system, within WaniKani's system. I want to be very specific about that. It's within a system. It does not, you are unable, unless you have tested how much that system is translatable outside of it. So for example, when you look at a piece of data and says you have 600 kanji under your belt, until you test and correlate, right, correlate with how that reflects in a different system or outside in a different activity, you're not going to be able to assume, which a lot of people do assume, as opposed to presuming. They assume that it's one-to-one, which is fallacious. That requires a lot of leapfrog logic to determine that if you learn 317 kanji characters in WaniKani, that somehow translates to 317 kanji straight up doing another skill involving those kanji characters right away. So while it's a great way to demonstrate that your proficiency might have increased relatively, that's great, but the word is relative. You still have to form the baseline of what that means when you're doing something else. Oftentimes though, number goes up, the other number probably goes up too. The thing is, observing that data is one-to-one in different systems is fallacious. A system has sets of conditions, and when you move into a different skill, yes, certainly the data might be measuring the same thing, but the conditions are different now, right? So if I want to be incredibly pedantic, knowing 2000 vocabulary, 2000 characters in Anki does not mean you're going to recall and do those 2000 kanji in a book. The idea is when you establish a relative, say like, oh, you're comfortable with 500 kanji in Anki, and you're like, oh, I recognize roughly this percentage, then you can make a correlation. So when it goes up in 6,000, when it goes up to like 2,000, you can say maybe a percent ratio of accuracy should expect to go up. So if it goes up by 100, maybe it goes up by another 2%, right? So the idea is you're forming relative correlations between two outputs. It is very difficult to show causal links between two things, but it is also incredibly informative when you relate to them and get the scaling, the relative scaling to be useful. I think the reason why this emphasis is quite important, and I'm focusing more on data today, largely because SRS has data tracking. Duolingo, pretty much not. Like, no data tracking. They use outputs for motivation. So most of their outputs are motivation forward. They're not for unadulterated data tracking. Like, even the word counts are inflated in a manner that promotes motivation. It's very superficial and trite and lacking detail intentionally so that it masks being too hyper-focused on data. Their output are like experience points, which is nebulous enough to always be positive, and leaderboards and comparative analyses between seeing how other people perform with you. So it's kind of like the internet, what the internet is doing about comparative things. So their trackers are very nondescript. And yes, there are third-party websites for Duolingo that tries to produce stats that would be available for WaniKani, right? Like WaniKani also have available sites that track and even meta-analyses of WaniKani's stats, which I have used for this particular purpose, and we'll get into that. So understanding that systems are different, so the data, whenever you're going from one, instead of saying data, you could say results, right? A lot of times people jump right to results as an interpretation of the data. And you might be thinking, well, what's the difference between data and results? Results is interpretive. Data is not. So like 317 kanji is data. 317 kanji is more than starting from 0 kanji is results. So you're saying my kanji increased from 217 to 317. That's an increase of 100 kanji, and that's good because I'm learning more kanji. That's results. The number doesn't change, but the way you frame the data provides results. And then from that, you can infer conclusions, which I sort of combined them because results, conclusion and results are slapped together in common vernacular. When someone says, oh, what's your progress? They're referring to results and conclusion, not data. That's kind of something that I'm very picky about because people, it illustrates my point that there isn't a discerning difference between what is considered data and what's considered a result. When you say, oh, this app is better than another app, that's a result, not data. Like nothing in that person's comment informs me how they came to that result. And in my opinion, I do not typically find myself very convinced when all someone says in order to try to convince me that they know the facts about their opinion, which is a result, there's nothing to go on. Like, so to frame around how it feels when I'm talking to people, they say something and I ask them, oh, so how and why do you believe that? Or like, how did you come to that? It's like, well, it's objectively true. And like, no, it's not. You just told me an opinion. It can only be objectively true if you have data in your explanation, in my opinion, right? So it is my opinion that data corroborates a result. So when someone keeps saying that their result is objectively true, I can't believe you if you can't explain it. So that's one thing. That was a little bit of a hot take or a little bit of FAQ that I'll go into later. A little bit slice is where we're really focused on data. I like talking about data, by the way. Not results, but data. Anyways, so how competent am I, right? WaniKani is great. And this forms basically the crux, my core motivations. And then, of course, the secondary motivation was to compress the time in order to give an idea, because after I do maybe, it's kind of interesting, but 40 to 50 videos in, eventually someone will ask, oh, you've used this much time. Actually, they don't really say this part, but they see someone use something for hundreds of hours, and the first question they ask is it good? Right? Does it work? How does it compare to X and Y? Would you recommend this? What would you do if you had to do it over again? So my consensus, my secondary goal to take out two proverbial birds with one stone is this thing, right? So these are the two main reasons. We're not going to go into much more than that. Now, how is our WaniKani tentative takes? What order are we doing? So let's do a layout, right? This is our layout of our 100-day WaniKani video. Okay, so the first one, we start with the one I think 90% of people largely care about and then stop listening afterwards, is by the numbers, right? By the numbers. And these are basically stats, facts, data. And this part is exceptionally interesting now, quite a bit more interesting than the last time I did this, which was yesterday, is because we have quite a lot of stats. And in this case, I am leveraging WaniKani stats, which is a third-party tracking site that mines the API of WaniKani in order to bootstrap to very common metrics. And the site itself is very representative, actually quite telling of what is relevant as well to people who use WaniKani, right? Site design, app design, when you glean and try to rationalize these metrics, it gives insight to what other people think might be important. And then also I'm able to make an opportune moment to talk about what is important to me. So that's going to be our basis for our second portion, which is what is important. What is important to others versus what is important to me. And some of it is different, some of it's not, and some of it is completely unrelated. So, all right. And that's taking the stats, picking the stats, and providing a result, right? Providing a result. And then using those results to come to a conclusion. And I will do some of that. And the conclusion further provides our last point, which is what I'm going to talk about as well. My last point, the conclusion informs future directions and critiques. So that's stuff that I'm going to change based on how this result informs my future directions, because the data can inform refinement, right? So what am I going to change? Changes, automations, and I was gonna say one other thing, and compare and contrast. What's also important is I kinda get a more sentimental attachment, or maybe a better idea of what other people care about. That I can work with. So it's one thing to know what is important to others versus what is important to me. It's another thing to use that to inform what's important to me, is allowing for me to refine the stuff that's important to me. Like, oh, I'm having problems with this. It clears in the data. It kind of shows this. So I'm going to do something about it. At the same time, it's another thing to know about what's maybe important to others and doing nothing about it or doing nothing with it, right? You can choose to say, oh yeah, that's neat, but it doesn't relate to me, so I don't care. That's where it stops most of the time. Knowing something is different from applying that thing. Applying it breeds wisdom. Knowing is knowledge. Knowledge is, in my opinion, rarely ever valuable until it is applied for use. So you could learn, again, that analogy, you could learn 6,000 kanji and choose never to apply it. I think this goes back to a little bit of Duolingo's final digression regarding how people and many methods underplay output, right? And I talked about this in the frame of this type of thing. As an adult, you can leverage output more than a child, personally, largely because wisdom is built on a framework that you can output in order to demonstrate and find relevance to your competence. For example, how does an adult know when they're self-studying that their competency is going up, and then you can seek a higher level and whatnot? You do a readout, you have to self-evaluate. A child doesn't have to do that because they typically have a framework overseen by an adult, or a system that was created by an adult with adult oversight. Children follow the metrics and discipline and prescriptional things that other adults make. So whenever someone keeps saying like, oh yeah, just learn like a kid, input all the time, and you expect an output, like, yes, that works, provided that you provide a system that enforces an output naturally eventually. Otherwise, yeah, you can input forever and decide never to output. Now, we're talking about the decision to output, not necessarily the capacity or the potential to output, right? When a child is not incentivized to output the things that they know, you may never find value and or practice of that input. For example, a child learns a lot of things of which they forget because they no longer applied them. I still remember this was relevant to Duolingo Spanish because I feel like I still remember even more than the stuff I've written yesterday, and that was 20 years ago in high school and college. And I hear so many rumblings about people talking about, oh yeah, I learned a language in formal education. I didn't care about it. That's why I forgot it. Like, well, yes, because outputs inform retention. Output also informs evaluation of the importance of your skills that you have. Adults who seek to optimize their life by inputting all the time gain a lot of valuable potential, lots of valuable potential. Oftentimes that potential is not recognized and actually falls out when they don't find application for them. So popular theories about, oh, don't ever output until it's the right time, that's assuming, that is making a very, very arbitrary, undefined assumption that the person is going to output eventually. I would suggest, in my opinion, while outputting when you're learning doesn't contribute as much to your proficiency, like it takes time away from inputting, right? If you're busy outputting, you're not busy inputting. And that can slow your progress down with your knowledge base and your normalization. And that's true. Again, I agree with that. If you're busy outputting things with incomplete input knowledge, then yeah, it can seem like a waste of time in the scope of measuring increasing proficiency, not in the scope of practicing output, self-reflection, self-evaluation, improving how competent you are, and raising awareness in problem solving. So while you might argue if you keep inputting, you will eventually get to the goal very quickly. However, I would say even as nebulous, like that is already nebulous. You're making an assumption, a very vast assumption and pre-selection for your ideal situation, for your theory to be correct. And yet I would even argue, and it also struggles with the same shortcoming, if you output regularly with discipline in specific ways, actively, you might actually end up being negligible to the time constantly focused on inputting, right? Even a fraction of the input time with the potential gain from regular output time may inform the input, and not in a direct way. Like it might not inform the Japanese, but it informs your data. It informs whether you're heading in a particular direction or you're trying to take in and adjust the direction. Some people can choose to learn to walk before they run. But if you input on running and expect that you suddenly start running one day, that is very possible. That is very possible. There are brilliant people who are better at running than they are at walking, for example, like in the relative scale of things. Alternatively, the people who choose to walk first understand the mechanics of walking in order for them to guide their mechanics and approach to running. That, in my opinion, might actually have two athletes competing at the top level around the same time frame. So in the longer grand scheme of things, telling a human being to exclusively min-max their skill development is one thing, on the assumption that person doesn't require or may benefit alternative skills that they may or may not lack during language development. So I often ask myself these very popular theories about only doing input and only doing output. What type of learner and what are their deficiencies before they embrace this strategy? Your strategy, does it have a pre-selection bias for very specific people? Like, obviously, this might go beyond the scope of what the theory or theorems are supposed to support, because you're assuming that the people understand what pre-selection is, sampling, right? Sampling and the conditions of the method. But I just, in my opinion, from experience, I went over that that's not the case. Data is treated ubiquitously without condition. So when someone says, oh yeah, lots of people use this tool and they're more successful than lots of people who use this tool. Like, well, what is your sampling? Do you understand what kind of people, what their parameters are, and is there a mutual separation of the pool between the two? You can wave the hand and say, well, lots of people use both, so they're clearly probably going to be normally distributed. I think if an expert say that about the internet these days, I would be floored if they can prove that with data, that people on the internet make decisions not through pre-selection. It could have been true. I think it's more likely it was true 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago, you know, when you pick up an app, you're like, oh yeah, this is the only app in town, so you're just gonna have like everyone try it. So and what are they gonna do? They're going to get like average scores, because you're going to have people that like it, people that don't like it, and people that are mid about it. And you'll probably get somewhat of a normal distribution. Sometimes it skews a little to the right, meaning universally it's in the right direction. That's great. It's an exceptional product. And then skew to the left when it's like, yeah, it could use some work. Nowadays, that's not true. You could get a product, and I think this is far more common, if the product has unanimous self-selection. It is statistically far more biased to have favorable reviews. So WaniKani is one of them. So is Hansa Hero, actually. In fact, the game I look forward to playing soon, called So to Speak, after we finish our Wagotabi stuff. There's one more stream. Actually, there might be two more, because Wagotabi just got updated yesterday. So when you look at how the internet self-selects themselves, you can have perfect scores in isolation. So to Speak has 31 perfect scores out of 31 on Steam, because it's targeted. So many things nowadays are targeted advertisement, targeted ads, and targeted self-selection. And theorems and studies and whatnot, they're trying not to be targeted, but often is interpreted and then spread like it's targeted. Like, hey, for example, here's a great generalization that I encounter a lot. Hey, if you're taking Japanese seriously, if you're learning Japanese seriously, go use Anki. Like, if you want to stay lazy and like not take Japanese seriously, yeah, you can stick with Duolingo. That's pre-selection. Like, that, in my opinion, is one of the layman's term of pre-selection. When you have to say that in order to get someone to do something, that already tells me that, well, this how the environment of speaking to someone who uses Anki versus the environment. Now, we're talking about generalizations, right? When I go there, I'm expecting a high frequency of that, but that doesn't mean it illustrates everyone, right? That doesn't stop the people who are recruiting and advising to generalize like that, presuming that the other people at the other end of the computer understand that generalization is not representation. Generalization, and what I mean by that is generalization is not complete representation. Oftentimes when you hear generalizations enough, they often become complete representations of a population, as opposed to looking at data. That is not data. Generalizations is not data, it's a result. You're interpreting data, and I make generalizations understanding that the data probably does not state that. There will be people who start with Anki, although statistically they haven't started with Anki. They actually started probably with something like Duolingo before they find Anki. That is a very important distinction, because the chances of someone, quote unquote, becoming a serious language learner is their investment in the language. So that takes an order of operations here. If you weren't serious at first, you are more likely to be promiscuous in your desires and selection. When you take it seriously, and I think the word I would use is consistent and or committed. Serious implies a subjectivity that implies it's good, and casual provides a connotation that it's not good. Well, someone who spends 30 minutes a day learning a language is casual, in my opinion. Someone who's serious is often characterized by long extended periods in short bursts, like 1 month of grueling 8 hours per day of studying is often associated statistically with the perception of being serious. Meanwhile, someone who learns a language for 30 minutes over like 5 years is considered a casual. So which one do you think, in my opinion, are statistically significant to be successful in learning a language? I actually don't know the answer. That's a trap, because there is actually not that great data to support the comparison of these two mindsets. And also, if I had to wager how data turns out, it's probably going to be it's not clear and it's not statistically significant. Probably. It's likely to be a very, very modest difference. So cue the people now who still burn out, rest, burn out, rest, go hard again, then try again, and then they make forward progress. And then versus what I typically identify myself as, I just walk and sleep this stuff every 30 minutes, every hour, every single day. Like, you know, while I'm trucking along, I do not have highs and lows, like periods of highs and lows. That's kind of like bulking and cutting. If you're a bulker and a cutter, you can become a fantastic, you can schedule, use discipline, because adults are fantastic at that. Know when you have to rest, know when you go hard, know when you have to rest. For myself, I'm going to go a little harder every single day, and by the time you stretch it out to 3 or 4 years, provided the person who's burning highs and lows is as disciplined as I am cruising along, I think the final ending is far more modest than some people may think. So with that in mind, when you're telling yourself, someone very popular says input only because it's sufficient, does it suggest that you can't liberate some of that time to do output at the opportunity or potential of sparking emergent properties? I would say, from a collective, objective, not objective, let's just say a subjective standpoint, when you do something very, very often, eventually you'll encounter a diminished return. And that diminished return can pay dividends by taking a smaller portion of that time to engage in something else with the potential of gaining more than hitting something, doubling down on something that has diminished return. So if you're inputting for the life of you and suddenly you burn out, that auto checks itself, because that burnout could offer the opportunity for that person to say, well, I guess I've been inputting all the day, time to output, right? And it will be very refreshing. It'll probably change their life. And then they'll go and say they're going to preach output until they do so much output that they realize they need to input. Then they go back to input and do the same, repeat, rinse and repeat. That is the life of someone who is a min-maxer, right? You max out something, recover. So you engage in something else, you max, recover, and you jostle between them, and it can work really well. So like a bro split or something, where you go hard upper body, hard lower body, but generally your body is still intact as a whole, right? Or you can be someone who does whole body exercises, who's in the middle, right? That's kind of what I think about these things, and we're gonna go into it now, right? One thing that I'm not doing today, which I typically do with Duolingo, is I do this one portion in the middle for for the by the numbers, is to go over like grammar points. So we don't have grammar points, right, anymore. The categorical stuff, like the facts of things that are being taught. So WaniKani explains certain things, and we're gonna go over those certain things, those specific certain things, as opposed to like sentence construction. So all the guidebook and the grammar points that Duolingo offer, and also vocabulary. Duolingo has a way of clustering vocabulary. WaniKani does not. It's an SRS, so there's not quite of a clustering of vocabulary. It's more of a coverage of characters. So we're going to approach it that way. And one of the facts, a combination of these two right here, right? Once we get over the facts, we're going to combine this and talk about specific characters. So specific kanji, right? Because WaniKani is a kanji forward thing. Specific characters. And we'll use the specific characters as a foundation for critique. Critique of myself in relation to the how I'm using the WaniKani, the WaniKani system, and that itself will then link these two and allow me to introduce what I'll change. And emphasis on will because it already happened. Will change. And then maybe things I will consider in the future too. Things to consider. Right? And I'm sure many of these things are no surprise to I don't often say that I'm different from other people. Because when you do have a lot of people who are pre-selected and I end up in there, then there's a general pattern that will occur. Trying to not embrace things that other people do, that's not necessarily the point of trying to be critical. The idea is if you understand that, oh, it just happens to also line up with other people, that's not usually a coincidence. So some of the things that I have or will change actually reflects a substantial voice in WaniKani's community. So, okay. All right. So now we get to do the fun part. Actually, how long was that bit? 1 hour? Not bad. Not bad. So let's get into our bit. So the first one was our by the numbers. And this part is so much quicker for me because of the convenience of stats, right? As opposed to constantly guesstimating. So by the numbers. I have a bit of stats to incorporate myself. So it is day 100. This would be the... Technically, we have 99 days. 99 days of WaniKani use, right? Because the lesson for today hasn't happened yet, and we're going to do it afterwards. Now, there are things I want to break up that Wikistats does not break up, and is timing, and which is more trackable because I record and stream most of these sessions. And unlike Duolingo Spanish, we don't have an asterisk for like evening stuff, and I'll demonstrate that in a bit. Well, there's one asterisk, but we'll get into it. So 99, what in terms of hours of exposure? Now this can be very difficult, and it's going to involve a graph. So when we're trying to plot exposure, the classical pattern I have looks more like this. So this is we're gonna say t, right? Time, right? Delta t, or just time. It's not gonna be drawn to scale because I didn't make a graph of this. And then this would be, let's say, across 10 days, right? 10 to 11 days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Roughly here, and then, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? And when it comes to time, we're gonna put roughly an upper limit of 4 hours and a lower limit of 0, right? This is 0. It can be longer, but we're talking about interactions with WaniKani. There are lots of asterisks. This is a generalization, right? So oftentimes on day 1, it's at 4 hours. Then day 2 is slightly lower, right? Then day 3 is even lower. Day 4 is lower. Day 5 is even lower. And then it's around day 6 that it peaks again. And then another second fallout. Goes lower, goes lower, goes lower. And then the cycle repeats. It goes way back here. So this is what the curve looks like. And I've already named these. So I usually refer to this as peak 1. Peak 1, so peak day. And this is fallout 1. This is peak 2. Peak day 2. And this is fallout 2. So this is a terminology that I kind of relaxed into. It'll probably be subject to change. But whenever I say, oh, peak day is tomorrow, it's the first peak day is tomorrow, or sometimes I refer to it as level up day. Right? Level up day. And to distinguish from the second peak. And then the fallout is when you get the review. So these days are technically these 2 days. For me, is the dominant 95% input day. Like if I had to consider the strictest, right? Like yesterday, how I qualified input. If I apply the strictest definition of input, the 2 peak days are the only, nearly exclusively, the only times I have input. And input, for me, is defined as learning. And that's dealing with exposure. So, and there's also an asterisk, just like Spanish, where since I have used Duolingo Japanese for approximately 300 days, you can go to, obviously, I've already summarized this in the last recent Duolingo Japanese, which will resume soon back in May. And all of that means that technically this is an asterisk because learning exposure is not technically 100% one-to-one input anymore, because I still have legacy from Duolingo Japanese, and there are still familiar things coming up that technically it's not the first time I've seen it or exposure in any way. And the exposure has another asterisk. It kind of goes down because WaniKani is built on a system of radicals, and while you're learning a new character, you might not be learning everything from scratch. All the components that go into a new character starts dipping lower because of the components you know, the radicals you know. I think that's the whole idea of you invest and your learning curve goes up, like your output goes up because you've hit the critical mass of components. And Hansa Hero already feels like that. Like it's ramping up very, very quick. Like while the characters, the number of characters is linear, as in the words, largely the number of words each day and the number of characters each day goes up in a linear fashion. The time, with respect to time, it's actually a bit parabolic for now until I reach like diminished return, right? So it's often like an S curve. For this, we're just going to focus on this for now. So this is what the time investment looks like. So every other point, the rest I would consider as output. So I say this in order to help distinguish what I consider as input and output in order to demonstrate my logic behind it. So if you look at this, you could still see that it's about, in this case, compared to Duolingo, so just to compare Duolingo Spanish as a form of reference, I think roughly 10%, yeah, if I can be generous, 10% of the time is input and 90% of the time is output as a point of reference, right? In my qualifications of what is input and output. Output is practice or review is what WaniKani's terminology would be, right? So in Duolingo, 10% of the time I'm taking in new information, despite if it's legacy or not. And then 90% is output, as in you're practicing. You're chugging along, making the same sentences until you're more consistent with it. You should know this stuff already because you've seen it. Whether you remember or not, it's still output, largely because you're trying to remember it. There's no new context added unless you discover it yourself, but that would be outside of the app itself, right? And now if you look at this graph, WaniKani does it a little bit differently as a comparison. Now in WaniKani's stance, it looks more like 50-50, right? So 50% of the time across a length, because it's spaced, so it's more 50-50, where 50% the input is condensed, right? It's condensed because of the way I chose to do it. And the other 50% for output is spaced because SRS, right? Hang on, let me ban this bot. Thank you, bot, for reminding me daily that I'm also live on Twitch. So now, and to compare to Duolingo Spanish, which is a great point of comparison now, is that for this, all of it is condensed to a single day. And here you can see this graph. The output is spaced across more than a week, right? Roughly a week. And the input is condensed to 2 days. So you can kind of see the density now. The density is different in WaniKani because this graph is going to look very, very different from Hansa Hero. Hansa Hero is spaced no matter what. So in another 6 days, we're going to compare and contrast WaniKani's graph in terms of time density versus one versus Hanzahiro's one, and it's due to the default functionality of how they're doing it. The reason why this exists is because there are soft gates, or what I refer to as soft gates, at every kanji point, kanji thresholds. Now, Hanzahiro, just as a tease, has an even softer gate, and that gate can be completely removed as part of a setting choice. So it can be completely gateless. However, my experience, spoiler alert, due to my high reductive nature of trying to be accurate in retention, that gate doesn't exist. Even if the soft gate, the gate is always open. And in WaniKani's sense, in order for me to give you this graph, like this graph up here, right? It's only possible if you do not get hit by soft gates. Now, the soft gate, why does it look like this? Is because since the soft gate is there, the SRS art is dependent on this kanji threshold. So you get burst because the SRS now interacts with the kanji soft gate. So no, the kanji isn't stopping me from bolting ahead. It's the SRS that's planned around the kanji. Like, I have to wait for a very specific number of days in order to do so because the time itself has the eclipse. In Hanzahiro, lessons go no matter what. You're going to get lessons no matter what. Every single day, you come back, you're doing lessons. So no matter, so this is a third way of doing things. So right now, when I go from WaniKani to Hanzahiro to dual Spanish, all three of them have different distributions of input and output frequency, and they're dramatically different, right? So in Hanzahiro's case, it looks like this 20%, I'm going to say 20% input and 80% output, but it's not condensed at all. It's completely spaced. Everything is completely spaced. So the workload stays exactly the same across the board every single day. And the input and output frequency is 2080 right now. And that was by choice as well, because you can affect how much input you're getting versus how much output you're getting. And these are all choices, but I have chosen, for WaniKani's sake, I have chosen the default for the first 100 days, and this is what it looks like. I spend 10% of the time getting input from lessons across only 2 days, so they're completely condensed, right? But the time it takes for me to get through those lessons, like really read the lessons, consider my things in order to retain it, takes about 50% of the total time I'm using WaniKani, but in 2 days. And then the other 50% is spread across 8 days, 8 to 9 days, spaced, because you can't do more than that, largely because of how SRS works. But that's what the timing looks like. And now that will give you an idea of what it means when I tell you the next stat, right? The next stat, thanks to Wikistats, is that the average level up day, average level up is between 10 days and 11 days. And for some people, they might be like, oh yeah, that's fast, or that's slow, or that sounds about right. But my thought is, you don't know what 10 or 11 days mean between people. There's not enough resolution. So when someone says, oh, it takes me 7 days to level up, you're going kind of slow. No, or yes, you don't know actually what you do with that time. So this is why I illustrate it with a graph format. This is what it actually looks like when I say 1 day. There's an eclipse time. The other times I'm doing something else, and we're going to go into what I do with the other amount of time that I have, right? And no surprise, that's why I brought up Hanzahiro and Duolingo Spanish, because those are part of my time that I use. So when someone says, oh, you're going very slow, or you could be faster if you pick up this, it's like, no, if you don't know what I actually do with the rest of my time, right? So that's kind of one of the bigger points, where when someone says, oh yeah, I have a Duolingo is a great example of this, because streaks exist, and streaks have the greatest pro of keeping someone consistent. However, they're not treated equal, right? Because there's no resolution on the day. Now you have this like somewhat of a graph of your XP, which is going to represent that, but it's not comprehensive, and it only marks like the last 7 days, which is intentional, largely because it keeps you focused in the moment. So I kind of appreciate what they're doing there to a fault. When someone only shows a graph of the 7 days, and also not the graph of how far you have to go, it can keep you a little bit focused on the center. So you can do better than yesterday. You can keep trying to do better than yesterday, but it only goes back so far, so you do not get trapped into this hyper comparison between someone that is no longer you and someone that is, like, for example, here's another thing, that the next 200 days will be different. I'm going to be probably drawing the same graph in day 200, but then I'm going to tell you how this 200 day graph is going to be different during the days, because I'm about to get to it. I'm about to get how I spend my days, and I'm pretty sure the next 100 days is going to be different, right? That's resolution. So keep out there. So this is how I interpret what 10 to 11 days mean in terms of time. So that's what this looks like. Is that what people think when they look at, oh, my level up is 10 days? I would say I would bet against 6 out of 10 people, maybe even 7 out of 10 people. For every 10, I would say 7 people do not look at a unit of day as a breakdown of their daily activity. They will look at a day and say, okay, how do I get it to 1 less day? I do more. Do more aware. You could just say, without discipline, I just do more. But then you would hit a soft gate argument here, and you would complain about it. You would complain, hey guys, like, how do I get, is there a script for me to just like do 6 different repetitions in 1 day on a Saturday? Because I have time for Saturday, so I can like boost my turnover rate? And that is something that is on the second point, but it comes up a lot, is speeding things up without understanding the fundamentals of what it is to space repeat. Spacing repeat is trying to test retention. So when you speed something up and condense them, retention comes at a sacrifice. And it can be mitigated by, so what color did I use? Let's touch upon that. It was what's important to others versus this blue. So let's integrate along the way. So one of the hot takes here is days, right? What's important to people? I would say days go down, good. For me, it depends. Once again. And what does What does it depend on? The activity per hour. Because that offers more resolution, right? Now, what are the consequences of the goes down is good? One of the reasons is that a very common importance is that I want people want to level up faster. Initially, those who make it to the end, they tend to have a very sobering talk, and then there are people who make it to the end that don't have the sobering talk. But people want to level up faster because they view things in days, not what they do during the days and what is the purpose of the days. So as a contrast for me, right? For me, you have to wait. Otherwise, for myself, how do I test retention? Right? So a lot of times when you're thinking about average level up days, what else do days represent? Days can be representing how long of retention. That's one way to interpret using this data. If you're using days, you're using the cycles, a functional aspect that can have value, right? Value of the data is how long is your retention. And one of the primary designs of spaced repetition is to determine how long you can go before getting new vocabulary or new kanji, and how long before you get an iteration of a previous set. And because I do it this way, the review of a previous set also stacks on top of these days, but they're a little bit more complicated because the different stacks are dynamically spaced out in different times, so it's like staggered. So to add a little bit more on that topic, we'll use blue for this. Occasionally it can stack here, then it can stack here. It's out of sync. So the stacking of like enlightened, mastered, and even eventually burned, they are staggered and desynced with this regular thing. So this is the core repeating pattern. The stacks are created with wait time and space, and that is one of the most common honeymoon period things. People like, oh, the beginning's too slow. Like, well, then a lot of experienced people would say, well, wait for it. There's a rhyme and reason for it, right? You can trust the system, or you can also understand the system. And generally, I would say a lot of the community tries to explain this, but it's very different to trying to explain this by feeling and results than trying to understand what they mean through data. So when someone looks like they're saying, oh, it's taking me 10 days to level up, how can I make it 9 days or 7 days or 6 days? Telling them like, oh, you just have to wait more days because it's part of the system. Eventually you'll get more stuff and the reviews will pile up for each day. I don't think that's enough to explain why that person feels like they want to level up faster, because they think they're learning more and retaining more in a small amount of time. That's not true. That's absolutely not true up to a certain limit, right? You're going to get diminished return, in my opinion, even conservatively. If you condense things into a single volume, you are more likely to start hitting diminished return than spacing them out. At least that's what the theory is about. And I know where my upper limit is. So the lessons that they have at the upper limit is good for me. It's fine. The one concern I typically encounter for myself personally is this might be too long in terms of time. So I might run out of time for the peak days. That doesn't necessarily mean I've hit my upper limit, but it's pretty close. Like, it is tough. Like on Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, it is tough. That's probably what we're going to get into our thing. So leveling up fast, in my opinion, one of the things is that doesn't necessarily test retention. Does not, in my opinion. Does not test retention, right? Because most things are condensed. And when someone wants to level up faster, this usually tells me they may not know their upper limit. Learning input in a day, especially SRS, where it's like contextualist and doesn't overlap a lot of times with what you're doing. For people who use WaniKani, usually it doesn't overlap. It's an unnatural way of incorporating a lot of that stuff. So they would disjoint and make more effort in a different way for like anime and watching and whatnot. They may not know their upper limit, and that upper limit affects everything else. So if you're trying to retain something, the more you retain in a diminished return, the more likely that time, and people like to make these arguments for efficiency, if you double down on something that you're approaching an upper limit, then that time is diminished when you're going, because eventually, no matter how much you slam more things into you, you're not going to retain it. It's gonna have to give for everything else you're doing. And why, in my opinion, is that important? Because burnout happens. One of the highest frequencies of burnout when it comes, in my opinion, this is a very common topic using SRS, is when did you hit the upper limit, right? And continue to tax that upper limit. And that's the second most, that's one of the, I would say the top 5 most common problems with WaniKani, as in it's not a problem because of WaniKani, the system itself, it's because of the user's propensity to do something with WaniKani. So what I mean by that is, while WaniKani's developer strictly says, please guys, trust the system, space out and whatnot, when people are given the choice to circumvent WaniKani, those individuals typically burn out first. Largely because, in my opinion, one of the biggest contributing factors is they do not understand their upper limit. So they get to a point where they're going to commit continuously increased amount of time to tax their upper limit. So when they tax their upper limit, what do you have? You have diminished return. And that diminished return means that you put in more hours and you get less improvement. Or that's not even the right word, because you're not really improving anything. You're actually just getting perception of progress. When you're acting, when you know your upper limit, right? When you know your upper limit and you're trying to reduce diminished return, you can moderate hours or time, right? I think we're going to use the word time as opposed to hours here. Let's normalize this. So time And you're trying to remain increasing time, but continue to get more progress towards something. They're trying to gauge this, and in my opinion, WaniKani tries to prescribe this, right? That's what SRS starts. SRS starts with something, and you stick with it because it's going to keep normalizing to the narrowing in on the amount of time. So time somewhat stays fixated, and progress is being modulated. So in a way, if you're sticking to the same time, the system is going to keep making you make progress that isn't engaging in diminished return. You can definitely, and I'm saying this as an emphasis, it's still a positive thing. You can double down and even add even more time to WaniKani, and you will get more progress. However, it's diminished return. It goes back to my first comment about input always and never output, because it's sufficient. When you input only, it is arguably possibly sufficient, which I agree to some extent, because I trust someone who spent most of their life doing that to suggest it is sufficient. However, I wouldn't do that, in my opinion, because it's under the assumption that I don't burn out, or I am not in a hurry, and I like to do it as a lifestyle choice and not a profession, right? So I usually take this amount of time and do something else. How do I acquire a more multifaceted, dare I say even more efficient, holistic collection of skills? Well, whenever I hit a diminished return, because I do this stuff, I evaluate, right, when my upper limits are, that when I reach a limit, I scale back. Even I push hard enough to figure out where that limit is, and then I scale back like 20%. That 20% that I take, I'm putting it somewhere else. It could be related to WaniKani though. Like I could use Kaniwani, for example. It's a different way to do things, but that different way is hasn't given diminished return yet. So that's probably one of the bigger, really big red flags that is a very common discussion. So people wanting to level up faster because of the honeymoon period, because they're unaware of what their upper limit is. And that's true for literally anyone who hasn't used an SRS. So if you're using WaniKani, you probably heard of Anki. So people who use Anki, who then use WaniKani, or vice versa, they actually do not burn out as much, because they already either burn out with their first thing, or they're maybe like me, who's older, who have understand what burnout is, right, and how to measure that. Alternatively, most of them, I would say, are first-time target language learners, like Japanese language learners, and they haven't tested anything with SRS. So it's a honeymoon period. That's what I call it, because when you first step in the gym and you haven't stepped in the gym for 30 years or never, for example, there's a honeymoon period. You go hard. You go so hard that you burn out in the first month and you don't come back for another 3 months. And maybe by then there's some awareness. And as an adult, a lot of times adults can pressure themselves and obligate themselves to get back in the gym and then do it again. But this time, maybe not so hard, because you hit your upper limit, you crossed your upper limit, and it led you to burnout, immediate burnout. Sometimes honeymoon periods, especially for physical fitness, it can go for like 3 or 4 days, maybe the first week, and then you like crash out for like a month, the rest of the month, and then you get back in the gym, right? This is, in my opinion, the intellectual relative to that, and the commonality between the fitness example and this is because it still requires your brain to make those decisions. And in this case, this is what happens without fail. And it's one of those things that have become a meme in the WaniKani forums. Like, oh, hey, look, it's a new WaniKani person. What did they post? Man, why is the first couple of levels so slow? Is there a way that I can skip and go faster? Welcome to WaniKani. It's another day as a experienced user now, because 100 days, I think that's fairly experienced. That's what I see. I actually click on the forum every single day before I get on WaniKani to see what the topics are, and it's very routine. Like SRS pre-selects for people who need routine in their life, so they often routinely get into similar patterns, and these are two of them. So I try not to do this, and that's kind of what I'm saying here. So if I did reach an upper limit that's not sustainable in these peak days, like level 1 and level 2, I would lower them and distribute them further apart, because I would be able to sustain that a lot more. So say it balloons to 8 hours all of a sudden, like they stack so hard, I would say, okay, my upper limit is 4 hours. Okay, let's scale it down to 3 hours, and then I can spread it out, right? Spread out the density. For me, it looks like I've already reached the upper limit of WaniKani, so I don't really need to scale down. However, these parts give me flexibility for the future. If I have to do something later in the day, I can scale down the peak days and do not really greatly affect the scheduling that I have in place, right? So I've committed to this, and this became fixed by level 3. I've determined that I didn't hit an upper limit by level 3. So the last 7 levels stayed at its core this way, even regardless if I was going to play video games, added Duolingo Spanish to the rotation, and actually the first week, Hanzahiro didn't exist either. So I'm operating within my upper limit. And sometimes you might be arguing, okay, so how do I know I haven't hit my upper limits if you are only showing me this? It's like, well, I do other things, and I still remember those things too. And how do I know that those things overlap with this? Is because Hanzahiro is related to WaniKani, the way they approach things in a way. So it would create interference, and I still am able to remember over 95 to 96% from Hanzahiro, and still negotiated with WaniKani. So for myself, I know for sure that I'm nowhere near my upper limit. Now for others, they only care about Japanese, they only use WaniKani as their only form of SRS, for example, while going watch like comprehensible input immersion. They do not know what their relative input limit is, because there is a chance that whatever they learn through immersion is more engaging. So what happens is it can make something like WaniKani look less efficacious because they are more engaged in something else. And that's where the third point comes from, which is the idea of using days, right? We're still on days, by the way, using days as a metric for efficiency. So when you're comparing days, days are not created equal by the literal sense. So for me, you can see by the graph, even capitalizing on days, they do not differ. I mean, like, you can't differentiate them without knowing. So I know my days are different. Now they are different in another way, which is efficiency. And oftentimes another common comment in WaniKani and other places is efficiency between apps. And this comes usually from people who use multiple methods. However, there are two pools of people that I'm talking about here. Those who think of holistics, and those who think about compartmentalization. Compart. We'll just say compart. And obviously there's a scale between this, but we're going to use the two ends to compare these. So efficiency. One of the ways is you measure by days, but many people do many things during the day when they're not using an app. And one of the things is crosstalk, or I'm not sure if that's the proper word that other people do, but I think of it as crosstalk. So what is crosstalk? Right, what is crosstalk to me? That is the overlap of input based on like just happens to be overlap, right? And I don't know what this is. It's unidentifiable, and it's case dependent, right? So it's going to be, it depends. However, one can use a readout for this, and one of them is upper limit management. So for example, if I am doing WaniKani and then I'm following up with Hanzahiro, if I increase the volume of Hanzahiro, does my WaniKani efficiency go down? As in, not efficiency in terms of, so I would measure it a different way, but other people would measure it in days. So we're talking about holistic and comparison, and these are both similar people in terms of their mindset. So what I mean by efficiency, so they measure how much you learn in a day, or let's say how long it takes to remember X amount of things, right? So on the one hand, the holistic side would say, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not concerned about that. It's the overall package that increases the efficiency, right? But it's the overall package of all the things combined, and that's usually fine in my opinion. So these guys would say like, well, whatever I'm doing as a whole, I'm remembering more things, right? So that's nice. It's actually, it makes it so that the granularity doesn't get in the way of participating in multiple things. Now compartmentalized, this is where we get the next biggest hit on the vast majority of, I actually encounter this far more than holistics because I typically take a holistic approach, and rarely do people resonate with me. So compartmentalize is more like, well, app A is telling app A is taking 10 days, right? And app B is taking 5 days. So what's the point of keeping app A, right? Like, oh, if I'm learning this amount of things in 5 days, and I'm learning about the same amount of things in 10 days with app A, what's the point? I will still get to my position faster if I stick with app B. And that's where, in my opinion, we have another point of burnout. You double down on the same method because it's more efficient, as in less days. And because it's only days, you haven't considered the idea that app A and app B are different. Meanwhile, the holistic approach is a bit more ignorant, or like agnostic, to resolving a comparison using a metric that is dependent on the app. So how do I know this? For me, app A is Hanzahiro. Is WaniKani. App B is Hanzahiro. Both their days have different schedules, and they have different workflows. They have dramatically different input and output, and also their interface and the language and the context itself is very different. So I don't even have to make the case that the days are incomparable to each other. But what gets a little bit trickier is when someone thinks that reading comprehensible input stuff and measuring it by days per volume, and then doing SRS and measuring by day per volume is equivalent to each other, because a readout is by days. You're doing very different skills, in my opinion. Now, you could reduce it like the people who talk about immersion all the time and comprehensible input. You could reduce it to the idea of how many things you remember and what you're doing per day. And that, because the goal and the metric is only measuring or hyper focusing on how much Japanese and or your target language you're learning. And that is a great way to prove a concept non-holistically. As in, it's compartmentalized, it's controlled, it's varied, and it only concerns the variables that are being measured. That metric only measures those. So they can't even... So logically, they also do not measure the welfare or the health of how people perceive something is good or not. So it doesn't impact decision making, right? It actually reduces decision making. You only have to make one decision. The whole idea of the theorem being so convenient is that it is conveniently simple, right? Now we're thinking about someone who is holistically not burning out or less likely or statistically to burn out versus someone who statistically continue to make decisions based on metrics that do not measure the same way and choosing ways to hyper optimize their life to the point where burnout is double downing. So you might be thinking, okay, maybe these guys are not these guys, but they actually a lot of times are the same person. They are the honeymoon person who doesn't know their upper limit because they haven't used the product yet, right? I used the first 100 days, actually maybe like the first 30 days to figure out what my upper limit is. Then I tested it even further, adding, well, the first week I tested the upper limit, right? And then the second week, more upper limit testing. Hanzahiro enters the equation. I test both of their limits. And I'm like, okay, that's great. Now let's add Duolingo Spanish. Upper limit, still good, still intact. And then I reached a breaking point. And I'm like, okay, now we're going to scale back a little because I can only do these three things. Upper limit is hit. Yesterday was an upper limit for doing this, which is irregular. So I'm not doing this every day. So that's fine. I cut Duolingo Spanish out and expand this portion. That's how you know when you're operating near your upper limit, your heightened productivity per time return, right? So here you might be thinking, are they the same people? Actually, a lot of times the loudest people are these people. They have the characteristic of someone who's trying something for the first time, which is great because learning a language is awesome. And then they finally test their upper limit. They cruise way past it and they double down on it for an extended amount of period of time, maybe a month or 2 months, because if they don't, they're just going to move up to the next app. They're going to burn out with this app and they're going to pick the next app that promises faster results and repeat the cycle until you run out of tools and either decide to start all over again and still progress forward. By the way, you're still going to get forward progression. They're going to go back to WaniKani and then hit the next thing, then hit the next thing, and then go back and do it all over again. That could be your lifestyle. It's very possible. Or you end up changing to a holistic approach and you realized, yes, I could do A, B, C in moderated ways because it keeps burnout at bay. And now another thing, one last thing about this comparison. This type of comparison leads to serial usage. So you stick with one thing until it doesn't work. You go to the next thing until it doesn't work. You go to the next thing until it doesn't work. Then there'll be enough time that eclipsed from the first thing and the current thing, and you go back to that thing. And that's when burnout is recovered. You recover from burnout by recovering from it, by moderating it again. So when this thing is so far away, it will be fresh and feeling again. Meanwhile, you're still trucking along. You're making progress. You can totally make this work. The idea I'm raising this thing is, if you are aware this is happening, you can make it work. Like, this strategy works. People who go hard, then take a huge vacation. Hard, huge vacation. I'm not saying this is bad or good. If you are aware this stuff fits in your personality and with your life skills, some people work like this. Like, they work 1 month on and like 2 weeks off, 1 month on and 2 weeks off, right? So all of this stuff is possible. Now, how you ended up getting to this lifestyle varies on how you understand data. So some people fill it out. In fact, I'm going to tell you now, the right-hand one, the one that's compartmentalizing, misinterpreting data, and winging it, they are incredibly successful people, and they can be incredibly consistent. However, they have very, very low comprehension of how to use data. And in my opinion, that's kind of pretty poetic, because they're the doers too. When you ever hear about someone who, instead of worrying about data, they just do it, and then they continue to do it and continue to do it, and then eventually their intuition is what guides them to either a holistic approach, a balance, or somehow mitigating and scheduling their burnouts. When they plan their burnouts, they plan their vacations, they fill it all out. So on the right hand, you have doers. On the left hand, or like the holistic hand, like for me, I do analytical work. Like, I do behavioral and analytical work because I like to stay consistent. I don't wing it. It's been a while since I'm like, oh yeah, let's do this, and then my hand falls apart. It's like, all right, guys, I have like a potential hand injury. Maybe like I'm just gonna take like 3 weeks off. You don't hear me say, yeah, guys, I feel like a vacation. Like, sorry, I'm just gonna take Saturday off. No, I get on and I feel refreshed most of the days, with the exception of the special days. Like today, I'm particularly exhausted because I'm doing something inconsistent with my schedule. These are unpredictable elements. And the nice thing about being consistent is I prepare myself for it. When you know you're going to burn out, you can prepare for it. Stagger something in while you're burning out on something else. It is very much possible and manageable. So there are no right or wrong ways to go about analyzing data, and you can leverage it. Or you can blindly trust yourself to do so. And all these exist, right? All these people, this type of thing exists. I'm highlighting the more common ones because that's what it's like using WaniKani. The blue represents what I've been exposed to WaniKani. The community, looking at threads, look at behavioral occurrences. Those line up really well with each other. Now, there are many other ways to explain this, I imagine. Other people may have far more thought-provoking ways to explain why these occur. This is what I think is occurring, or is a contributor, so it's part of the answer. I'm not saying it is entirely the answer. That would involve collaborating with a bunch of people who are also observing something, and I'm observing something, and you would converge the evidence so that it's stronger, because corollary data and observational anecdotes are not sufficient. to produce like universal theories, right? So for this, that's what I'm thinking. And that's dealing with days, by the way. We finally encompass days. So now we have other stats to corroborate these days. And how do I know that I have not reached an upper limit? So there are other pieces of data that are very convenient, courtesy of Wikistats, of course. So I am on level 10 now. So we are currently on level 10, right? And from that level, we have learned 214 radicals, right? 317 kanji and 876 vocabulary words. Not too shabby, honestly. 100 days, that's not too shabby. Now, to put it into context, this is about the for the kanji thing. This has already passed. So 317 kanji, I'll give you a reference. This has already passed Duolingo. As Duolingo Japanese course after my 300 days. And remember, we're going to put an asterisk here. Remember what I said about days when you're comparing days. The things that I did during the 300 days of Duolingo Japanese is not the same things that I did with WaniKani. For example, of the 300 days, 30 to 40% of the output is literally writing the characters, of which I did none. Or, okay, I did like 2% of the time when I'm doing like reviewing mistakes and the end day stuff with WaniKani. So there's no quantifying that. That's something that I literally do, and it's incomparable. It creates a inconceivable comparison because the value of writing is absent in WaniKani. But for sake of relativity, 300 days, 100 days. How many did I have in Duolingo was about this much, but probably a little less. And they were different kanji as well. I still know kanji that I know with Duolingo that I don't know in WaniKani, because Duolingo does not prioritize JLPT exposure and all that stuff and frequency and the like. Duolingo is more theme based and association based. So there are still kanji that do not overlap between the two. Now, here's a big kicker as well. You're thinking, okay, so what else is different between the 300 days and the 100 days of WaniKani? For Duolingo, I know over 6,000 vocabulary in that 300 days. But I only know how they sound. And maybe like where they are in a sentence. And they don't have kanji attached to them a lot of times. So that's tough, right? Largely because of the way Duolingo, the 300 days, the reason why there's low kanji is because kanji learning didn't really kick in until like 200 days in. Right? And you're thinking, oh, well then didn't you just waste your time with Ana and stuff? It's like, well, no, not really. Not really. Because my comfort with Kana and whatnot, it could have kicked into diminished return though. So I fully am willing to concede that it didn't take 200 days for me to like continue learn vocabulary without getting kanji introduced in a regular basis, right? They introduce like one kanji every unit to 14 to 15 kanji every unit, right? Now think about this with the scope of WaniKani's daily thing. A new kanji is being introduced every 11 days, right? Every 11 days. Duolingo has to introduce kanji whenever you complete the unit. And a unit, if you're trying to equate the condensed input of WaniKani's schedule, then that would mean you would be learning 14 to 15 kanji every single day. That is like, we're going from you're learning 1 kanji per day to 14 to 15 kanji every single day. If you were to take the equivalent path of condensing and then spacing. Well, you can condense and space. So you could say the biggest way you can stretch it is every 3 days versus every 10 days. So yeah, Duolingo had a huge ramp up. Like a huge ramp up. You're like flatlining on kanji until you get to a specific point. And some people will say, yeah, you could have been learning kanji the entire time. It's like, yeah, probably, yeah. Like maybe around day 100 or something. And even then it's too slow for the person who doesn't know the upper limit. And now hear me out. So why do I say I'm comfortable with that is those 6,000 vocabulary, whenever a kanji pops up onto a particular sentence in a particular context, and yes, there is still context in Duolingo, maybe not to the desired effect of people who lack imagination, in my opinion. That's not a bad or good thing. Objective people stay objective because they're not imagining things, right? It's easily replaceable because I already know the kana and the sound. So I'm only focused on what the kanji looks like, because Duolingo introduces kanji based on vocabulary. So it takes the acquisition of the vocabulary in order to form your kanji, as opposed to building up from kanji into vocabulary. That's why this number ratio is crazy. I would say for Duolingo, it's less than 300 kanji. But look at this ratio between vocabulary and kanji characters. And here's even more of an interesting idea. You stop learning vocabulary. Once you hit around day 100, you're replacing the words you already heard and seen in kana and in chart. So the only act you're actually doing every day is seeing the kanji. The meanings and sound is already there, unless you weren't paying attention. So that's very possible. Duolingo doesn't have an adherence to paying attention. You can get many things wrong and still brute force your way to that same position. So it's onerous on the user, right? You can even skip all the way to that. And sometimes I kind of recommend it to people who are impatient or already have a background in kana or something like that. You can skip to, I keep forgetting what it is, like how many days, but it's section 3, unit 27, as long as I haven't adjusted the course. So, you could do WaniKani, where you learn the read, learn how to read it, how to interpret it, what the meaning are, all at the same time, or you just wait for the next Duolingo lesson after like day 200 or something and just find out what the kanji is. And then you spend all this time, you spend like 70 to 80% of the time writing the kanji, which I do literally, and then attaching the kanji to the sound and the meaning it already has. That's how they go about it. Is that great? I don't know. I don't really know. And we have to also put in another frame of reference. Kana takes reinforcements. So does kanji takes reinforcement. So if you're assuming people spend 3 days per unit learning Japanese on Duolingo, I would say that is a hyper overestimation of how long they take to get through a unit. I would say maybe like 2 lessons a day, which is, it would take 3 days to get through the inputs, and then another 11 days to get through the unit. So it's spaced out in 14 to 15 days. So when you're thinking about getting comfortable with kana, it might be a lot longer than you think, and getting vocabulary can produce other reasons to be interested in kanji, right? And then how long would they retain the kanji for 1 or 2 kanji every unit, given that much of space, right? Meanwhile, WaniKani tests the kanji, well, all the time, right? So there are situations like that, and that is probably what the purple thing is. So this stuff is not one-to-one, so not one-to-one in comparison. Which is contradictory to what other people do, where like when they say, what's a hot take, Duolingo question mark, you might as well use a form of SRS like Anki or WaniKani. And since I default to it's not a one-to-one comparison, my answer is both. If my upper limit can accommodate both, why not both? Now, some people will say, well, because you're looking at kana or kanji that you already learned. It's like, don't you need to know the kana for the kanji that you're learning because you don't know the way it sounds? Now, some people would say something like, oh yeah, I'm having, vocabulary. Oh, these things sound like very similar, or I can't pick up this sound because, and then how I view and how I type this. It's like, yeah, I can't relate to that because you did that nonstop in Duolingo Japanese. So there's a different output, a different set of things that I no longer have and I can leverage in WaniKani. So like things, when I hear this word, it's like, yeah, that sounds familiar. It probably belongs in a sentence like this. And then I read the context sentence, like, yeah, that sounds about right. That's where all the things are. So, and I also found a way to elevate that in the next day, or today, hopefully, in some way. So that's another hot take, right? The answer is, why not both if your upper limit is not reached? Now, we're going to go back to the upper limit question. Those who do this comparison, this hot take, I would argue they probably have reached their upper limit. Why do I say that? Because a person who is doing both would say, oh, I make time for WaniKani and I make time for Duolingo. So I don't want to exhaust myself too much. So I plan, whether you know it or not, you would make time for both. So you incorporate that, you juggle your limits, right? If someone strictly say this and say, that's it, that's all you should do, then they would focus everything onto the one thing. So it is more likely that they have invested all their resources into that. This comes at a different type of occurrence that I observed, and that's the idea that when someone studies, right, quote unquote, studies, they use up their upper limit and then have cognitive dissonance. On why they can't immerse and or use CI sustainably. And that leads to the other one. And this is more indicative of Anki, from people who use Anki, but it can translate to WaniKani. And that's the idea that someone would go and study and then they lose the motivation to watch anime because they wanted anime to also be a source of input. So if you're going around segregating, now this is a point where it's actually relevant, like, to each other, because you're talking about your own upper limit, not the content itself. Well, Anki is different from anime. Anime is different from podcasts on how the input is provided for you, like the context is sufficiently different. But if you're treating a tool like a study thing, and then you're treating another thing that also involves studying, but you treat it like entertainment, of course, when you're focusing on the tool and you're giving it your all to study on the tool, and then you go and try to do the same thing for something else, you feel bogged down, exhausted, and just not up to doing the task. It's largely probably because you reached an upper limit, and that upper limit is burnout. Again. So it leads to comments like, I don't enjoy anime the same way anymore since I started studying Japanese. Man, back in the day, I used to be really excited about anime, but now I'm just exhausted every time. And what does that's cognitive dissonance. Because my question to them is, so what are you doing before anime that caused you to change? Like, have you considered that the things you're doing around you also may contribute to it? And one of the more common patterns that's associated with it is studying coming as a negative point of sustainability, and it becomes associated with something that was supposed to be positive. So now comes the choice of your poison. When you're someone who constantly burns out, when you're burning out and you're recovering, what do you do around it? This is what I would refer to as my contribution: associated habit formation. So associated habit formation can cause displacement and or substitution based on your choice, right? Like, I've often talked about this over some anecdotes that are sort of tangentially related to language learning, but I don't think people typically see the connection. I try to link it back to language learning, and it's about habit formation. When you have something that is good, as in you watch anime, it gives you heart, sweat, wonderful feelings, and that's all you get from it. It involves an investment of your energy, and then you couple it with something that is hard to do, hard to start. You do the good thing, it encourages you to do the other thing. Or alternatively, you do the thing you don't want to do, and you know there's a reward at the end. That's a mindset of associating habits together. You're associating a existing habit with a new habit you're trying to contribute. Now, the thing about burnout and negative sources of association is, if you have established one habit and it slowly becomes a negative point, it can overpower an associating habit and therefore reduce its use based on the order. And that happens quite often when someone experiences regular burnouts. Like, you can experience burnouts in multiple things and they can all collapse with each other. So like, if you have a whole routine that's built, that's related to each other, so like If you have a routine that A must happen, then C, then B, then C, then D, instead of looking at C leading to A and A leading to D, and then they can be reversed, right? Or like this would be two series, but also interconnected. And then you can have redundancies as well, right? Redundancies. If you're not viewing habits modularly like this, then that's not a holistic approach. So when you're compartmentalizing, it only goes in one direction. And that lines up with people who also think about data and like studies and whatnot and tools in one direction. You do one thing, if it doesn't work anymore, you do the next thing. So this also converges on that behavior, where when you start burning out with studying, you start disliking and not wanting to do everything that is most of the things that are associated with that studying. So that is another common trend. It's a convenient explainer because I already observe it. There are other ways to explain that, like people could just be tired, and maybe you should watch anime before you study. That is an option. You try to test it and see if it works, right? The idea is burnout is great when you're timing it and you know when you're burning out, so you prevent these things from happening, or you let it spiral out of control, unchecked, undisciplined. And one way to circumnavigate this, or maybe do this, is to put in redundancies. So I run every morning, right? I run every morning. It used to be dependent on getting on stream to do what I want. It is no longer dependent. So running now is independent. It is a positive source of coupling. So now I can attach anything to running on its own. That's self-improvement based on making a habit first dependent on something. So you associate as opposed to displace or substitute. Now, where displacement and substitution comes in is when you have a bad habit and you want to just remove it as opposed to changing it, right? Association tends to form changes. My running sucked. I need to establish this habit. So I did it, and my reward is to do whatever comes after it. And now my running has been improved to the point where it is a source of habit formation. And it may, certain habits may never be. They can stay coupled forever like this, right? Some habits could stay coupled as a group, and that's perfectly fine if they're unlikely to fall, right? But new habits tend to get associated with any habits, and those habits typically are positive ones if you think that they're negative. So how do you enjoy manga more? By imposing a habit of studying that gives you the reward of reading your manga when you learn something. And the more common pattern I see is studying is bad. You don't like it, but it makes your current coupled habits better. Until you realize that the thing that you're doing is so unmanageably and unsustainably bad because it keeps dipping that it will eventually encroach upon the positive nature of your associated habit. That is kind of one of the risks of burnout. Like, it doesn't stay the same taxing. It gets worse over time. It doesn't improve over time. It gets worse. You end up spending more time, more habits, like more time, more diminished return. So we're going back once again to this thing. You hit your upper limit, and then now what is another top 5 WaniKani complaints? Guys, I want to be honest. I want to be honest. It feels like I spend every waking hour using WaniKani. Should I stop? Wait, there's the big arrow is I feel sad or bad or overwhelmed. You can insert like sad, bad, overwhelmed, tired, exhausted. In fact, 2 new threads already came up in the last 3 days where someone's like, guys, I'm about to get hit with 600 reviews. Should I stop? Because I feel like I'm spend 8 hours, like my every waking hour doing WaniKani. It's like, well, yeah, that's what happens when you hit an upper limit and you're just like slamming your face against it even more. And I'm not even sure if that person, in my opinion, I don't want to be correct about this, but I would say if they spent 2 hours instead of 8 hours, there might be a negligible difference in which they can use those 6 hours to find some sustainability somewhere else. Like watch anime by liberating time from your studies, not watching anime on top of your studies. That's what happens, in my opinion, far more often for those who go around telling me Duolingo sucks, WaniKani is not that great, Anki is death in a bottle because you learn to love to hate Anki. That just said many times, like you live and die by Anki because you're like spending 12 hours on Anki and it doesn't feel as right. This is what happens. And in my opinion, as a way big stretch, that's what the internet does too. So as a little hot take, someone posted something on Discord that talked about like decision making and how to like not serve targeted ads or targeted content to people under the age of 17, COPA 2.0. And my first thought was, when I was writing this out, right, the other day, and my only thought is, this is manageable if you know it's happening. And the thing that I'm talking about, the WaniKani trends, right, because I don't see trends of my behavior anywhere. Like, I'm on the thread and I disagree with everyone. I basically, most of the time, whatever their advice is, I disagree with them. Largely because I'm a different person. I'm like the orange in a orchard of apples, right? And that's what I'm observing. Not that I'm saying it's a bad thing. Orchards are great. Apples taste fantastic. Orange juice is pretty nice too. The idea is the internet does this. This is normalized behavior for young people. Less than the age of 27. This is the normalized trending behavior online. You take something, you follow it until the end of earth, you burn out, and then you go search the desert some more for more things. So it can create a lifestyle that is possible. You learn how to treat burnout, right? The thing that I would suggest, like I typically suggest when I have friends that burn out who are younger, is educate them in the sense of how do you treat burnout? How do you recover from burnout? And at some point, yeah, burnout all you want. You're prepared to recover from that burnout as well. And you can mitigate the pitfalls of burnout and this cycle when you educate yourself. The downside is the closest thing you have on the internet that exposes you to remedies for burnout and this new lifestyle are the edgiest content creator that you can find that does an interview and they explain their anecdote on how they overcome these burnout problems, because they themselves are a product of that time, of this time. When you're looking at someone who talks about burnout from a third person perspective, is someone who already is past this generation. So anyone who's like 30, 40 plus, who's still in a professional occupation that turned into a content creator, they usually speak about lessons from their past, or trying to understand the nature of the current generation's problems or how you mitigate them. And they're not necessarily problems if you can manage them, right? It's problems to anyone who doesn't experience them. So like for me, I see a problem with this. I see ways to raise awareness, and hopefully that awareness is enough for those people to come up with their own solutions. Because it's very difficult for someone who doesn't have that problem to come up with a solution if they don't live with it. Coincidentally though, I apply some of the stuff that is compulsive to me as a way to maybe suggest that's relevant to them. So I have a bit of compulsion problems, right? Consistent compulsion things, and they're relatable to this type of behavior. And those are the type of anecdotes that I typically share, like constantly being unable to sleep because you have mania, worrying about people who are clearly not even related to you, but they are doing things that you care about. Those type of things are compulsive. And I use that as a way to, if I tell myself, if I can control that and tolerate that, maybe some of those strategies are coincidentally relatable to the current generation. So that whole Kappa 2.0 is a suggestion or proposal that kids under the age of 17 must need some form of consent and or banned from receiving targeted ads and data collection about them. And my thought was, this is what that looks like when they become 20s and 30s. Largely because whenever you have an idea, you're targeted with that idea. It was more elaborate than that. It was a video about someone who's clearly maybe in their mid-20s or 30s who thinks that's how the world works. That the internet should decide all your interests out of convenience. Like, if you're interested in watching something, it's only helpful and healthy to only see what you want to see, even at the age of 17. Well, I was told and shown what I wanted to see until I was 18, coincidentally, without the internet. And by the time age 19 and 20, I realized the world was much bigger than that. And college changed me. Then graduate school changed me. Then becoming an adult in general, that's what the adult thing is. The world is bigger. So having to encounter something that didn't fit my targeted perspective is why I'm here today. And being able to talk about other observations about people and being curious about it and forming this narrative, as well as forming my own narrative and telling you what I'm doing, not because other people are doing it and not solely because they think is better. I'm doing some things that are related to them and something that are not. That is the aspect of balancing exposure to randomness or other human beings, than constantly spending 90 to 100% of your time with targeted content every single day in and day out. And you're wondering, nah, 17-year-olds should know better, and nah, their parents should know better. Some of those parents are now the 20s we're talking about. Like, if you're thinking about like 30 and 40-year-old parents, some of their kids actually grew probably grew with lots of instances where it doesn't revolve around the internet. So it's a concern that I've had for a while now. I think that across the last 7 years of streaming, I probably talked about this topic about the hyper hustle culture of the internet and targeted ads that's unintentional. It's an optimization of information, right? It's an optimization, and by sheer coincidence, businesses can capitalize on this in order to reach targets of people that they want to advertise to, so they can sell products to people that want the products. All this is a hyper optimization, but it's an unintentional consequence of also always seeing what you want to see. And therefore, if you're always seeing what you want to see, you always interpret data, or you try really hard to always interpret data to support your argument. And most of this stuff that I'm talking about now is looking at data with confirmation bias in hand. You know that 9 days is less than 10 days. Does that mean you're learning more with 9 days than 10 days? Well, you don't. So you use a metric and you lump them together. So in 9 days, I learned this much things, and in 10 days, I learned less. So therefore, the 9 days must be better than the 10 days without consideration of anything else. Like, just numbers, compare. That's good. Efficiency. Efficiency is a ratio. I'm like, well, what does that measure? You haven't thought about it at all. Like, what's a great one? Using the average person to talk about fringe cases. For example, this comparison is a fallacious relationship. So in order to make a compelling argument, right? Or whataboutisms, we'll use a whataboutism as well. One example would be something like, oh, wow, yeah, that seems about right. I know most males, you know, around their 30s are able to run 8-minute miles. Sorry for the English units, but 8-minute miles. I'm using a personal thing for like running 8-minute miles. Like that's pretty good. It's like, but hey, I know this person who's in their 60s and they run 5-minute miles. Like what does that have to do with, like, are you? It's like, so you could do better. And I'm like, what? You just compared the average to an extreme case, and then it's enough to tell you that someone could do better? Like, that's not how statistics work, right? You took an extraordinary fringe case to make a compelling argument, despite it's not malicious or anything, right? Like, you're just trying to encourage someone, right? Just trying to encourage them. You're being kind. For example, I'll give you a language learning example. Oh, it seems like you're learning quite a bit with Duolingo Japanese, but hear me out. It takes a third of the time if you use Anki to learn that same amount of vocabulary. They didn't even say the same amount of vocabulary. I'm being specific. Sorry, that was out of habit. The actual phrase would be, oh, Anki is faster. So you took another case that has a very different pool, reduced the metric to something that I can't tell what you're saying, and then you compared it to observing someone who's already making progress. That is normal internet conversation now. Like, that is what content creators, in my opinion, are negligent about. And yet we still have content creators who, in my opinion, do not understand that even if you do not intend it, or you are not aware of it, that's naivety and ignorance. Not a bad or a good thing. when one operates with naivety and ignorance, it does not excuse you from unintentional negligence. And when you become aware of it, doubling down on pretending like it's not your fault because you didn't know it is a immature, childish way of saying, I think like this. I think like the internet. Since I don't know it, it's not my problem. And when you're even informed to the awareness of it, you choose to ignore it and deflect the blame, as opposed to saying, yeah, it's probably holistic. Sorry, but let's try to be different now. Now that I know this, I can improve upon it. I can do more. I can show that I do care, and let's make a working relationship in educating people. Like, hey guys, if you like my content, remember, like, I make content from this platform in this particular game. You should check out some other games as well. These are really cool games that if you like this, experiment a little. This game's a little outside the box, but it does still feel the same. So check it out if you can, explore a little. That is taking ownership and being aware that the thing you're doing was complicit in doing that. And that's what I worry about when I'm giving these like monologues to myself about WaniKani. I'm trying not to give a rudimentary generalization that I would not own up to 30 years down the line, or however I'm able to live. 30 is kind of upper limit. I'm going to give myself a good 20 years, 20 more years of healthy life. And I'm not giving anyone the impression that it's clear cut that WaniKani is great because of these numbers, right? It's great because if someone uses WaniKani and have this awareness and all these things to consider, and it can be overwhelming, right? So you take it a step at a time. It looks overwhelming because I had over how many hours did I say have to? Did we even total the number of hours? No. So what? It's roughly, oh, I forgot the total number of hours. So it's we're gonna say 8 hours across 10 days. So it's 80 hours. 80 hours of WaniKani, right? So we're gonna say roughly 8 hours minus the digressions and stuff. But approximately 80 hours. Over the 80 hours, it looks overwhelming because I had 99 days, 99 evenings to think about this stuff. I can't even begin to imagine what it's gonna look like if I waited 200 days or 300 days. So we're really condensing things. Is this exhausting? It is at first. I have, like most things, like starting to learn a language, starting to learn how to speak Japanese and whatnot. It's overwhelming at first, and yet we have beautiful, like wonderful stories of people completing WaniKani, going on to do their thing, getting into the JET program, moving to Japan. It starts in the beginning. So yeah, I can see that this stuff is pretty overwhelming if you look at it as a whole, but if you follow along, slowly, most of my ideas have organization to it, and I can only improve from that. So that is another big one. And now we're going to go into another set of data. All this is going to lead up to the last talking point, which is, what am I going to change? And it involves slapping another coat of paint onto here. So what is the next data point? This one is top 5 as well. So this data point is accuracy. Accuracy is the next data point. I think we're gonna place it. Yeah, we'll place it. Oh wait, so accuracy, which I do not have in Duolingo. So this was pretty sweet. So accuracy, I know I could just show you a screenshot of a Wikistats page, but that would be not as fun. And unfocused, right? So now we're going at accuracy. So accuracy is broken up into reading, meaning, and a total, but we're not going to do the total because the math kind of just works out on its own. So reading. So up to this day, we've had number. So this is number. We have a total of 8,067 readings and 9,759 meanings. And the number of correct, so I'm just gonna put a circle. The amount of correct is 7,922 and 9,659, right? And the number of incorrects for these is 145 and 100. That was not planned for the 100. So this gives us a interesting accuracy of 98.2% and 98.89%. Right? And there's a breakup for kanji, radicals, kanji, and vocabulary. But if you look at the math already, and you might be thinking, oh, there might be a disparate part between them, but I'm just gonna wrap this part up. So radical, kanji, and vocabulary are approximately 98%. Right? It's actually a little bit higher than 98% because if you're looking at it's basically in between. So all of them are equally across the board. So largely around 98.5% across the board. There's no like weakness in radicals that I found in kanji, which is found in vocabulary. If there's anything, there's a slight lower accuracy for vocabulary, but vocabulary is the most dynamic part of the ratio, but I would say it's probably statistically negligent, right? So there you have it. Interestingly enough, and it checks out. I'm surprised it's actually higher than I would expect. Usually because, and there's ways to explain this. So, and this is where more WaniKani hot takes are in. So let's go back to blue. So one of the things about accuracy metric, why is the accuracy metric here is important? Because there are a group of people who like to what we call accuracy hunters or accuracy chasers, right? And this raises a lot of potential controversy or mechanical controversy or even public PR, like public relations. And accuracy hunters and chasers deal with the idea of stat chasing, right? Stat chasing. And we're going back to the age-old pedantic theme. What does the 98.4% represent to me versus a person who's stat chase? Well, then you have the whole scripts versus not, quote unquote, outside source checking, outsource checking, right? Versus in system. Because we're hyper focused on stats here. SRS self-selects for people who are with stats. And sure enough, stat chasing also creates a source of burnout. How does that work? increased amount of time for diminished diminished return on accuracy gain. So why does that lead to burnout? Getting things wrong become progressively more likely and it piles up to negativity. And I feel that too. I absolutely feel that. When something piles up, what's a common place that piles up negativity? Typos. I'm figuratively flipping tables every day when I hit a typo and I'm like, oh, or like a synonym. So this leads to two of the most common complaints. These are complaints. And that is synonym, retroactive synonym checking. I can't spell synonyms. Synonyms checking. And double check. Right? QOL happens, scalar. However, when I say burnout, I'm talking about individuals who double down on accuracy hunting. They will inevitably dedicate an increasing amount of time to preserve that accuracy, in which that accuracy will statistically become less and less significant in the moment. And those moments become exponentially more and more emotionally impactful. So you get one wrong now, right? And the emotional emotion impact of that one moment becomes greater and greater because you are chasing accuracy. So for every 98.4% of the time when I get something accurate, that 1.6% gets more and more significant in terms of its emotional impact. But the data, it becomes more and more insignificant. And that warps this perception. So if you try, for example, now where I am, you can see these numbers, right? On a singular day, if I got all of them wrong, the accuracy might drop like 0.1%. So when accuracy is ballooned across a huge amount of reviews, one mistake becomes emotionally disproportionately negative compared to the actual reality of consistency. And because this is not mapped out across time, you can't appreciate what it looks like from day to day. Which goes back to, does this accuracy, this metric, illustrate how consistent you are in actual day-to-day activity, right? And then also, the things you do day-to-day, have they stayed consistent for this entire period of your accuracy? The answer is no, by the way. Like, even if you're not an accuracy hunter, the odds of you still doing exactly identically the same thing with the same emotional baggage across this period of time is a resounding no. It's not the same. And it's not going to be the same for me either. But I'm doing it functionally. I'm going to try to do it functionally. So, which will lead to what I change about WaniKani, right? So for now, what does this accuracy mean to me? Well, one thing that I implement that I'm sure some people do and some people don't. In order for me to heighten my accuracy, I stop and ponder about and write down, etc., the things I get stuck on prior to making a guess. So I slow down completely. And in this way, that's where the accuracy comes from. Now, how do other people do it? Well, they can compensate for like double checking and automating certain things, right? That's a way. It's manipulation, and it can be helpful manipulation or not helpful manipulation. And I'll talk about that here. But for me, why does my like reviews can be just as long? Usually reviews go really fast. And how I know that is because of Hanzahiro. So to compare, because of the soft gating and whatnot, I have to prevent myself from getting soft gated by WaniKani's choice to make soft gates for leveling, right? And for that reason, I like the pace I'm going. So usually I stop and ponder about specific things. I even have a routine in which I take notes, right? Take notes on pauses of correct answers. They don't even have to be incorrect answers. And then I review them at the beginning and end of each session. That is doing something beyond WaniKani. These are active recalls and like note-taking and creative process that involves beginning and end. And I think 2 days ago or yesterday, I demonstrated what it is that I actually do on a notepad now, where I take the romaji and the context clues, the mnemonics, and then using a shorthand representation of that in order to reinforce problem areas. I also do grouping, predicate grouping, transitive and intransitive grouping using rote memory and maybe potential sub-mnemonics that are consistent. Rendakus, special reads. So all of these are grouped in a way. And sure enough, since I already do this all manually, and I found that it promotes my retention, but it does take a lot of time, right? So it promotes retention, so progress, but it also increases time. And I would argue as it goes later, it might actually even increase time even more for lack of progress. So I have a script for that. I actually have a script to address 3 of the 4 things that I just said. So that's where accuracy came in. So accuracy, right? I can maintain a high accuracy if I want it, but I actually do think I'm hitting in a questionable time investment. So I'm going to scale back the time investment. Now, I didn't scale back time investment because I didn't understand that I couldn't, or what I did do. I did something and now I'm responding to it. It's different from the idea of someone saying, oh, I didn't get this wrong. Oh, I didn't get this wrong. Now, how do I make it right? And you're just looking at this number of what you're actually doing. So the things that I'm doing, the scripts that they're going to provide is a way to address how long it takes for me to actually do the literal action that I already want to do. And when I liberate that time, right, that doesn't mean I'm just gonna end it there. The time I liberate, I'm allowed to contribute to something else. Because I already talked about this in Duolingo, and I'll talk about it slightly here, which involves, I don't think WaniKani has too much of this discussion, which is kind of refreshing, really. And the idea of easy versus hard, or a continuum of easy and versus hard when it comes to like hard languages, right? Hard languages, like if you're an English speaker, Japanese is typically hard, right? No, it's different for me. And this is a hot take. to something that I talk about very regularly because I get asked about easy and hard all the time, or most of the time. And that's when I liberate time, I want to keep it. I want to work consistently hard. Like, I want to work consistent, right? Or be consistent. You know, running out of space. Consistently. So when I use or implement something that makes it more convenient for me, I have to replace it with something else. When I do something and it gets easier, I push for more things. In order to consistently improve, you must do more things. And I'm talking about improvement in learning, not the same as what people refer to as progress in language, in target language. Learning is the method. Progress is the content. Content is static. Like, if there are 6,000 kanji you need to learn, it stays 6,000 if you choose to make it 6,000. How you learn to get to the 6,000 change over time. So much like going back to all the statistics here, accuracy changes with time. For me, level 10, the next 10 levels will be very different because I'm changing up my approach, right? It's not a complete revamp of the approach, is an iteration and refinement of the approach. And the days and stuff might look a little different. The numbers are going to change, like the upper limit and the lower limit might change because of these changes. It can change for the worse. I could get slower. My progress could go down. It is possible, right? I could develop even more weaknesses at the exchange of developing more strengths. That can happen. All of these things are meticulous and they are step-by-step process. So when I'm doing this, if I get faster at something, I'm not doing less work. I'm doing the same amount of work, if not more, if I free up more time. So the odds of making things convenient is to make it as hard as you need it to be. Not, or as greedy as you want it to be, without injuring yourself. And in terms of the intellectual world, injury is burnout to me. When you burn out, you're going to recover, right? When you burn out, you need a recovery period. That's injury. Not permanent injury, but temporary. You burn out, you push too hard, you overheat it, it's time to cool down. Go for it. For myself, I'm a progressive overloader. I push to the point where I'm almost burning out. If I continue doing it, and scale back. And then I ask myself, how long am I going to keep doing this? Is there any place when I keep doing this I can liberate and become more efficient? If the answer is yes, I'll do it and replace it with even more things I can do. So I don't say, oh, I can do 12 push-ups, right? And then the next day, oh, this 12 push-up is easy. I'll just keep doing the 12 push-up, expecting to get better at the process. You don't. You have to do 13 push-ups, or a harder push-up, or a weighted push-up, in order to increase your upper limit, right? Or your output, right? Your output. And for me, that's how it goes with mental exercises too. If I get faster and I know there are places where I can make and save time, eventually, no matter what I start with, no matter where I begin, even if it's not the best way, I will not only probably achieve the goal that you think I'm looking for, I will probably pass the goal, or even achieve 3 separate goals that isn't even the goal that you think I'm trying to look for. Because the goalpost changes. Every single time I have to reevaluate what I'm doing. That happens. It happens on a daily basis. When I get sparked with the inspiration, I'm like, I think I can make this work here. Let's just arbitrarily say in 2 weeks' time, we'll integrate this, right? And that is where I was going to do another segment, but I'm at 3 hours. I was going to do like some hot hits. Let's do some hot hits. So here's the hot hits that I was going to do. I'll do a few of them. So for example, let's talk about some other facts from Wikistats that's really, really fun to do. And that is to find out, instead of trying to cover all the vocabulary and the kanji, right? Like, and the radicals and stuff, I'll highlight the ones that having a system like SRS and stats really shine. And that's where my problem areas are. Like, and then like what elements do I struggle with, or like maybe inconsistent with, and are there any commonalities between them, right? And before I do that, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right, all right. Now that my bladder isn't complaining. Okay, and I also realized I missed the kind of point. One thing I know, the changes that I'm gonna be making is all also compared, taking Hanzo Hero into comparison, because I can do certain things at the sacrifice of accuracy in order to gain a lot of time here, a lot of time. So we'll see how that works out. Okay, so last one, let's do some fun lightning round thing. And the lightning round is, before I go into changes and starting our lesson, right? The lightning round. How do you spell lightning? Okay. Lightning round. These are facts about, we're looking at maybe like outlier radicals, kanji, and vocabulary. And there are some connections between all of them that I already noticed. And this would be a great opportunity for me to talk about the thing that I'm trying to do to absorb WaniKani's system, like the mnemonics side of things. So one of the first radical is this one, apparently. And this one is grain. Grain is infamous because this is also grain stock in Hanzahiro. So they're both unified in that way. So that's kind of helpful when it came out. However, when grain, let's see. So grain, the reason grain, oh, it doesn't show, like, yeah, see, WaniKani doesn't show how it's similar to the other stuff. So grain is separated by its appearance, right? And because these are radicals, it's interpretive for the sake of mnemonics. So perhaps they chose grain because it kind of looks like a grain, which that's grain stock, which that's kind of how they described it. Or perhaps all the words that have this character may induce some sort of grain, which is not true. So, or it's more the exception than the case. So in this case, not reinforced by their vocabulary and not reinforced by, this is not reinforced by the vocabulary or the kanji, because this is a radical or component. And the reason why that is also something is because we have others that look like this. And I think the more common one is shoot. And then there's fault. And jet. Or there's also beanstalk. Wait, I think this is beanstalk actually. Oh, wait. Yeah, see, I have a problem already. Yeah, this is beanstalk. No. Wait. And there's also... So this is an example where when you have multiple things, so that's one of the patterns that I'm weak at. When you have multiple things that do not have, so this is my personal thing. I didn't look at case by case things for other people. Some people come by and stop by, yes, this is the proverbial something. It's like, okay, I'll take it. But for me, this is all personal things. So this is usually dealing with a radical. So a radical in which the kanji is a disparate meaning. And their counterparts, the similar ones, also follow a similar pattern. And that also goes with vocabulary. So basically, this one comes out as weak because all the other ones are also having this thing. Like, for example, life is right there. And life is the other character, which is also the other radical. Now, sometimes the life, you can have the radical and the kanji have similar meanings, but then their vocabulary is very desperate. The more combination of these three things happen, they're usually where I need to work with, right? Like this is the stuff that I pay attention to. I look at it and I'm like, okay, so this one it could be potentially a problem. That's what I tell myself when I'm doing reviews. Like, oh, okay, this is a potential problem. And how do I address a potential problem? I do grouping exercises. Grouping recall, or an association. Maybe like a compare and contrast. I was having a conversation with Uni yesterday about looking at things that are similar but not actually seeing that they're all that similar, and that's how I alleviate this. So every time I reach something like this in this cluster, I augment the cluster. See, I'm not even sure if this character exists, so well, that's kind of how it's like that. And then this would also line up with jet and end, right? Or not yet. So like matsu, it keeps going. Like this pattern is very, very promiscuous. So that's a good example of something that the stats really taught me about certain places where I can double down and gain a lot from it. As in, this is far more of a outlier, as in it's a significant trend that I can use SRS to pick out. Like you could say, well, duh, they look like each other. It's like, but hear me out. I didn't write all the other things that look like each other. There are so many more things that also look like each other, right? Why is this and not this? Because there's something more than that. So it's kind of nice in this way. You can kind of focus. So you learn to, or at least I take this data and I focus on those things. And life illustrates another thing, which is a different layer. It's at the layer of vocabulary. So this life right now has an incredible diversity in vocabulary. And that diversity comes with similar ones. And what I mean by diversity, I mean similar and different. I think one of the misconceptions about the word diversity is when you have a lot of different things, you also have pockets of similar things, right? Like a diverse country has many different populations, but each of those populations have many similar people. So I don't want to confuse it with the whole idea that diversity means everyone has to be different. That's not how the reality of diversity works. So in terms of the character life, its vocabulary is both diverse, is very diverse. It has very similar things and very different things, and that creates a different mixture. And that's for now. So we got to talk about timing. For now, in the glossary of vocabulary base, life is one of the more promiscuous ones. So now when I think about words, I also focus on promiscuous ones. So what's a good example of a promiscuous one? Let's go to a kanji section. Oh, hey, what do you know? One of them is this one. Of course. And this one is oh no, not this one. It's not Not this one. And I realized I did make a error. See, it's not this one. It's this one. Oh wait, sorry. Oh yeah. No. It's this one where the little tip doesn't go above. So now I'm not even sure if this one exists, but this one's arrow, right? And the opposite is true about this one. So there is, for this one, there is a low vocabulary distinction. So it's basically 1 right now. 1, which is arrow. And it does not have diversity. But if you look at the way it's associated, it can acquire, because it only has one thing, it's hard to remember what this one thing is when everything else is overpowering it. As like, if I put this next to this, I would start thinking, oh, is it any of these things before encountering the one. So when this shows up, it's just ya. The only vocabulary word so far is arrow. Yeah. And I actually think it's probably going to stay that way as a standalone. Like, it's probably just arrow for forever or something like that, because it does not have reinforcement. So you can have diversity where something is rare within a giant group, and it can be difficult, right? So that's kind of one of the exceptions. And that came up and I got blasted. I'm like, wait a minute, is this not what that is? And my thought was, oh yeah, it's arrow. Immediately, like, I got it wrong. I'm like, that's arrow. So is that helpful in terms of SRS and remembering the thing? Not really, for me, functionally. Like, the moment it's placed into, because if it has a low vocabulary variety, then context sentences will resolve it, and that's where the script comes in. So we'll see this in a little bit. However, the problem with this is also seen as a kanji, right? And you have to know the kanji as well, which so far this is not related in conjunction with any other kanji or any other definition. So even the kanji itself, which typically do not have context sentences available, I don't know how to circumnavigate that. So I have to pay special attention to low vocabulary variety kanji where their radicals are overlapping. So this group is very classical. Like, it's come up so often. And then now we have what's another good one in terms of kanji? Oh, we had a new one yesterday, which took me by surprise. There are not a lot of them though. Right, because if you're looking at the accuracy, there's not a lot. There's quite, this stuff doesn't happen to me very often. Things in isolation, the SRS is very below my lower limit. I wouldn't be doing Hansa Hero and Duolingo Spanish on top of all of this if I was like stretched thin. It's I want to say one of the biggest difference, I suppose, between someone who is older and experienced versus their younger self. I'm not comparing myself with other people, but me and my younger self, is all that experience allows me to better gauge and start within a safer thing. And it causes it allows me to manage my time very well. So I don't add things or pile onto things when I can't do them. Right? But you'd be asking, well, how do you know if you've never done it? Like, well, you have the experience give you baseline, so you don't overreach too hard. And when you overreach, you know how to retract in time, right? So I knew that when I started WaniKani, I think I said it several times in the earlier months. It's like I can see why people like SRS. It's so low effort, right? And that's a good thing because when it's low effort, it means you're making progress towards something with low effort. That means then you have a lot of extra effort that you can do for other things. Now, it's a balancing act, right? Something that's low effort, if you do it too often, it has diminished return. SRS. Diminished return leads to burnout because time gets too exhaustive. So instead, sometimes something is as exhaustive as it is, so you take that time and you channel into something else. So I know that even if I double down and try to circumvent and stuff, I need time to eclipse. So instead of spending like 6-8 hours every single day reviewing and extra studying, I channel that 6 hours into Hansa Hero. But then I find that Hansa Hero is even more efficient when it comes to time and then my desired progress and metrics. So that takes less than 2 hours. So then I throw in Duolingo Spanish. And then I tell myself, okay, now I want to do something. So I need to liberate time from my existing workflow. You make time in your workflow. You don't stack on things and hope that you rise to the occasion all the time. Now, I do that. Now, I do that if I have to. Like if someone's in trouble, you rise to the occasion, right? However, I think when people plan their schedules and like tell themselves that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, they don't make time for it. They do it and hope that they want to do it and like hope they have time for it. Like just hope that they have time for it. If you make time for things, you rarely have to hope that there is time. So that is a very startlingly 180 difference. I think people like play video games and they hope they spend a lot of time playing video games. So therefore they don't stop because they didn't make the time, they didn't allocate the time. They're not taking active participation in what is a lot of time, what is less time, losing track of time. And I'm not saying you can't do that because I do that. I play video games and I would say something like, "Oh, I lost track of time." That's kind of neat. But in a way, for that day, it didn't quite matter as much. So in a way, I did make time to lose track of time. In fact, I kind of say that as a euphemism a lot of times. When someone says, "Oh yeah, I distracted you for 4 hours," and I'm like, "I know. And it's worth it." And then, when I go really, really late and I think, "Oh yeah, maybe I can iron this out." It's like, nah, let's take a break. This is optional. So even in the grand scheme of things, when I'm saying things like, "Oh yeah, I'm getting late, it's getting late, oh I should wrap it up," and I continue, I'm not necessarily doing it because I don't have the time. I do have the time. The question is, how far of the time do I want to have to schedule around? It's not the same as I'm using time that I don't have. And that is a much different experience when you're talking to someone who's stretched thin and they say they have time to do this and they really don't. Very, very different interaction. All right. So we got a new one recently and it's this one. It happened yesterday. So we got a new budding one. We got wheat because express is a thing. Wheat and express, which funny enough, if you look very closely and you squint very hard, you would notice that it has an element that looks suspiciously like one of these. That is actually suspiciously a combination of these. It's actually a modified grain stock. Wait, why does the grain stock look like that though? Did I write the grain stock incorrectly? Or am I looking at the corn, not the corn stock, but the bean stock? Where's the bean stock at? We also have to throw in a husband. Right? Husband. Oh no, that's Jet. Sorry. That's Jet. Then we have to throw in husband. But I'm looking for beanstalk. Do they have beanstalk as a separate thing? Doesn't look like it. So it's kind of a Hanzi Hero collaboration here. And I'm still not sure if this thing exists. So, this has that on top. And then now we have this thing, which I'm not sure if I were gonna get confused with this. I basically just read the top and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. And then when I got it wrong, I'm like, oh, I was thinking of this because it's most recent, but I only read the top. So that's a new thing. That's a new thing for WaniKani, but I know I do this. So I was explaining that yesterday, where I have to do my due diligence and do not rely on partial read. Partial read. One way to alleviate partial read is to read more context sentences. So that's what I'm going to do. Integrate context sentences. Or something to slow me down. Right. Now, the problem with context sentences, again, is it does not address when this is asking for kanji. And that's one of my... I agree with most people. One of the criticisms oftentimes is which they do have for kanji. So maybe I should have looked more often. There is something for this. So similar kanji, right? Which is in the tooltip. But in my mind, I didn't find something for this. I'll tell you things I didn't find in a bit. But similar kanji, right? But in my face, like prompted in my face after getting the correct answer, because reinforcing what is similar is great. Instead, I do it manually. So now whenever I get something wrong, like in double check, I'm going to correct it and say, oh, this is it. And then remind myself that this is a similar kanji situation. So what is that other similar kanji, right? And then when it comes to vocabulary, we have context sentences, which is alleviated. I'll talk about that. And then the idea of radicals and components deal with rote memory, unfortunately, because they're arbitrary. So you deal with rote memory. They're not as bad when you get them wrong, but there's a soft gate. Oh, I realized I forgot to mention that there is somewhat of a soft gate on radicals too, because radicals feed into the kanji. So you can upstream get soft locked on radicals. So that's a good one. Is there anything at the vocabulary level? Let's go look at the vocabulary level. Oh, I got a good one. And this is a fairly common one too, which is dealing with not similar kanji. And people have made a workaround for this. You got stuck on grain versus sickle for some... Oh, I forgot about sickle. Yeah, I forget about sickle, but yes, exactly. Exactly. So this stuff, I'm not I don't want to sound too pessimistic or something. Or too optimistic, but when you start reading Japanese and you start having context and visual cues and whatnot, this goes away. So the stuff that I talk about now right here, we're specifically talking about if you are stuck with the system, right? Which I'm not concerned about this. A lot of times I say, "Oh, well, this is chalked up to rote memory or this stuff." It's it's impressive. It's incredibly impressive if you are able to continue to distinguish these things solely relying on SRS through WaniKani, because the world is really big, and some of these stuff, if you take notice of them immediately when you take it into like a book or an anime, or you're reading paragraphs and stuff, it's going to be a non-issue in my opinion. If you're already paying attention to these things and noticing these differences, it's like adding another dimension is going to wipe out that concern. So if I sound like I'm not concerned about this, you know, the whole scariness of if you establish a bad habit, oh no, how can you unlearn it and stuff? If you are paying attention to these things and you're aware of it and you keep track, eventually when you're taking in other forms of input, this stuff like completely goes away. Whether you're intuitive or analytical, your mind will overlap these things. They will connect and make these associations. So while I'm citing this as like, oh, these are my weak spots, it's not like I'm not getting them correct, right? In the long run, the idea is they stick out from the rest. And other people will have different variances, like an X shape, right? Or star shape, or like rice with big, with person, or like person versus enter, for example, right? Things like this, right? So you're going to get these things, and I don't necessarily think is a bad thing that WaniKani should be addressing per se, largely because it's kind of one of those intrinsic things that are at a drawback of what WaniKani does well. So you want to be aware of these things so that in the future, when you're reading a book and stuff, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this. And then now you have other things to plug it up, right? Plug it up. I think another last example that I want to give, SRS works for me. Like, I'm surprised. But the other thing is basically what SRS doesn't do, and that's synonym control. And I'm obviously, most of these concerns all generally have workarounds, and that's because people notice these things, whether intuitively or unintuitively, analytically, etc. So synonym control, control and scaling. So I'll use one that we'll use an actual literal one that I've messed up a couple of times. Oh, this one's a good one. It looks here. And it might not seem like you would have problems with this, but I do. So that's what the stats say. It's not like I can say, no, I don't have problems with it. Right? 少し and 少ない. Now, where do I where do you think I got a problem with it? It's not it's not it's a combination of things. So it's the hearing on shi into ku versus su into ku. because in both ways I shorten a lot. So scoop, scoop, right? Scoop, scoop. That's on me. And oftentimes when I say skoshi, and when I hear other people say skoshi, it kind of varies enough that they kind of blend together. So that is more of a writing thing for me personally. Hearing thing, somewhat. And then on top of that, obviously, we have to illustrate meaning, synonym, scalability. This is very convenient because this is one of those examples that stack on top of each other. You can synonymously group these puppies under few. So the thing about this type of thing is then what about all the other alternative meanings? Well, then that's where I get a little fruity and I get bopped, because while they mean the same in certain ways, they don't mean the same in another way, but using English words that kind of mean the same. Like, for example, this is not scarce. Wait. Sorry, the opposite. This means scarce, but you can't attribute scarce to skoshi. And occasionally I would be like, oh, okay, well, scarce. And I'm like, oh, wait, this is skoshi. Few, I guess. You know, a little, this is a little, a few, few. This is few, scarce, not much. And you'll find that while I don't have a lot of inaccuracies, I slow down on pretty much anything that has a synonym, because the phrasing of SRS phrasing when you're using your native language is promiscuous. It lacks control, and then the scaling exacerbates the control. So when you get more and more things that kind of sound like you could interpretively use another, the downside is you're not emphasizing context, sentences even, right? They're there, but by the design of WaniKani, it's not. It's for reading first. You're reading kanji. A vocab is a benefit. Vocab allows you to apply a meaning to each of the characters. So it's kanji first, then vocab. So by design, it wouldn't scale with vocab. It scales with kanji. And that control that I'm saying that about phrasing deals with vocabulary, not kanji. And one of the things that you can run into is if you do it like I do, which is a habit, and it's something that I must compensate for, is that I use vocabulary to remember kanji. So when I use vocabulary to remember kanji, this gets a little tricky, because the places that I would use vocabulary is associated by synonyms. And if you have scalability with phrasing problems, then I will naturally have gambles that I like. Is this to add something or to? Is this to add something or add something to? Or is this to rise up or to lift up or to go up? Is this to ascend, to climb, or to elevate? So that's the other thing, right? And promiscuity is great for easing some of this scalability with vocabulary, because that's kind of limit. You're trying to balance the efficiency of trying to acquire a lot of reads, and then those form the foundations of when you read a sentence, and that's a stepping stone, right? sure you don't know the nuances of Skoshi's use and Tsukunai, right? Skoshi and Tsukunai have some nuances. The thing is, what WaniKani or like SRS does is you have enough in that when you go to read a sentence, that transition will be very quick because you're then alleviated with having to work with reads and getting the general idea. And when you have the general idea, it is up to you now to have enough resources to find the nuance. The downside of that is the quality of life doesn't promote this flexibility. It is restrictive to this flexibility. So oftentimes you are punished for knowing all of the above as opposed to knowing the very specific thing, right? So I know that Skoshi and Shikunai are related, and because they are related, I have to pause and think about the phrasing. Alternatively, which is what I'm going to do soon, I implement something that's like a double check. I take the gamble, and then I immediately find out which one it is, right? But it's not that I don't know both of them, because at some point when you read a sentence, it's either Skoshi or Shikunai when you read it in a sentence. So that's kind of another thing. Let's throw one more in that is why is this important? Because the opposite happens as well. I have a pretty good one. Let's look at it. Ooh, yesterday's one. So while we're juggling with that, another potential hotspot is it's not really related, but it's something else. Another hotspot is personally for me. I'm not sure if this comes up as often as not. So we're talking about reads now. So read explainers. I think it came up enough that there's a script for it. So I would say it's fairly common. So what's a good one? This one would be a great one. So this would be a special case. So immediately I stop on special cases, right? And yesterday I had a typo on this. Typo is another different story, but typo easily corrected with double check. That's fine. We move on from that. So we're not going to hit typos. But this would be a great example of a special case. And then, do I have any low special cases? There's two more things I want to cover. We want to go over special cases and yeah, we'll use this. So either special cases and or this one. This will be a good example. So we have, right? We have kimeru and ushinau. These are all ones out of like the 1%. These are the 1%ers. And they're for very special different reasons. We have the trans and in trans, emphasis and pair up, consistency, and then we have the special cases and I lied, there's one more example, so I need to pick out another example. I think we can use fuda. Where's well, I can write fuda. Why am I looking for it? Oh no, I'm looking. Oh, I'm thinking of Sato actually. Satsu. Am I actually thinking about that? Uchi? No, Uchi doesn't fulfill the requirements. Yeah, I'm thinking of Fuda. Right? Fuda? If it's not, then it illustrates my point. Don't worry about it. So, what are these? Like this is not a special case for something, but special cases. So what are special cases? These are things that either what is it? Like on, right? On classic. And then we have special cases for, so in relation to that, like kun on, and then kun kuns, and then on kuns, right? Or completely special, which is alternative reads. So these are the special cases where, yeah, you just gotta remember. Well, there's really no rhyme and reason other than you gotta know them. You know them when you know them, right? Special cases. So how do we get special cases? How do we alleviate special cases? In this case, I grouped them all together. I grouped them as closely as possible. There are fewer special cases than regulars because they're special cases. So like for example, I actually tend to group all the kunons, the kunkuns and onkuns and away from the onons. And then like the singular standalones are kuns a lot of times, but I have a complete collection. I have 4 or 5 that are own standalones, right? So that's as rudimentary as it can get, right? And then you have the super special cases where they use the alternative reads, and that's rote memory for now because it feeds into the other thing that I'm not the greatest with WaniKani, and it leads to this. Fuda. Now, Fuda, the reason why there's a weakness here is when you're thinking about alternative cases. We're not talking about meaning anymore. Meaning is over here with scalability and stuff. The alternative cases is the idea of needing to know the near rhyme. And the near rhyme is inconsistent. So, a personal... I kind of already knew this going in from English. I'm really not that great with rhymes or near rhymes. I think my hearing is quite sensitive to it. So when trying to disclose something that is largely about the same is tough for me. And the way they do it is inconsistent. Now what is consistent is using the same words most of the time. Mostly consistent, and that's how I'm compensating. So like whenever I hear sen, I hear centaur, right? Whenever I hear hitsu, I hear hits, or ketsu, I hear ketsup, and whenever I hear taco, I hear ta, and chi for cheese, or cheese, right? Cheese for chi, G for Jesus. Immediately, that's what I went on doing. I like bootstrapped through a carpendent, and like in my mind palace, I have a set of all the alternative, predominant, primary, and alternative reads for Ko's near rhymes, and then I use that to construct the mnemonic to reinforce the near rhyme. So for example, while this mnemonic doesn't work for me, Fuda, I don't actually know what he does. Oh, a fool. Fool, duh. As in, oh, the tag is in your hand. You're a fool, duh. Right? I use fuda as in food. So my near rhyme is food. And that's where things get a little hairy, because the inconsistency comes from whether the English word should be read like Japanese, or the English word sounds like Japanese, or this is the time when the Japanese sound closer to the English spelling, then the English spelling need to be read as Japanese. And to circumnavigate that, I instead rely on his consistency, or their consistency, of using the same words. And then that word becomes associated with a second set of characters to alleviate inconsistency. Now there's still one more inconsistency, and that are using more than one word, so they have alternative reads. For example, saw. Saw has alternative reads, but for the predominant read is the word saw, like a cutting saw, or so, or egg is becoming fairly popular. Omo, the difference between mo and more, right? Ryo is pretty consistent. Ryo for rowing, right? So that's what so I ended up instead constructing a second layer of thought, which is what Hanzahiro does by default. I establish a second median, so then if, say, I didn't want to use that particular wording in their mnemonic, I can use the same words that they would typically use to form the mnemonic. So when I'm moving forward and they continue to use those reads, I'm already conditioned to do them. So now whenever taco comes up, it takes me less time. Whenever ta comes out for taco, I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's got to be something with taco. It's like, okay, yeah, this has got to be something with dawn, as in DAWN, right? And I'm going through these very rapidly because jitsu, like G2, you got to think of two things, right? King, cucumber, Cho, right? Mrs. Cho, Joel, the farmhand, Joanne, Jo, right? Kyo for Kyoto, and To for Tokyo, right? That's it ends up in Do for donut. It keeps going, like not very, it's rapid, it gets faster, and now I'm basically at a steady state. So eventually we're going to exhaust most of the kana, right? So you hit a upper limit and then everything else is smooth sailing. And Hanzahiro already hit its stride. So all the pinyin is already done. So like when I say basement, Frankenstein is in the bathroom of the house, right? Doing certain things, the certain things become the point of focus. And that's how I'm getting past the inconsistency of near rhymes. Not that my ears became any better at summarizing near rhymes, because kyoku is not cloak. But now I know that when I hear kyoku, it's cloak now. Or kyaku is just someone's name, for example. That's a different story. So now kyaku is someone's name, in kyaksan, right? Kyakshitsu. And then shitsu is the dog shitsu, right? Like in fault. So that's another thing that we invested. And I don't think there aren't any workarounds for this. This is my workaround. I've already started dedicating myself to using a carpendium, like a middle decipher. Like I'm constructing a cipher between the mnemonics that they use so that I can functionally create things, right? I can talk about centaur in a different way. I can talk about a scooter in a different way. I can talk about axes in a different way, much like I can talk about near rhymes. So, if you're already busy remembering radicals and components, right? You can also bridge kanji and their read, illustrating that you have to understand the radicals of the reads. So each of the reads now have an extra step, but the step is finite and it's fast when you get fast at it. And that's how I alleviated the lesson draw. The lessons will pile up really high, and then like the reads will pile up, but at some point there's going to be a maximum number of reads, a fairly consistent word bank, and I will be able to construct out of that, and regardless of what they come up with, it will reinforce my construction because I'm speaking the same language. I'm using the same cipher as the people. So that's how I'm investing for it. And I can only imagine it getting faster and faster for the next like remaining, I don't know, I still got like 400 days. So investing early on in just 25 days, like 100 days in, 25% or less, for a part that I won't have to do ever again after ciphering it, it's kind of fun. It's like learning a cipher for a puzzle game. Like how do you cipher, like how you decipher the puzzle, right? You learn something temporarily, but you acquire ways in which you can make it efficient, and it may or may not be useful, like literally useful, but the act of doing it creates opportunities in which you can make links in different manners. You're just, for me, a cipher is connecting content, but the act of how you achieve that is priceless. It's translatable to many things. Like if you look at an anagram and you're trying to look at how it unscrambles, how do you go about unscrambling it? There are 3 or 4 different approaches on how to unscramble an anagram, or looking for patterns in a encrypted message. There are like nearly limitless ways you could go about that. The idea is practicing that makes you excellent at associating things, and that's where I feel I would do a hot take, which I won't do today. Do a hot take into the whole idea of you can't learn a language by translation, and you can't learn a language by translation if it's contextless translation. But you can most certainly learn a language to an efficiency where you can command both languages in relation to each other, and that's kind of like a cipher. So for different purposes, and for myself, I expect to constantly be using both the languages like together, so different purposes, and my skills in this really does make it a lot more efficient. I expect to cipher things most of the time, and the mnemonic system, or the mnemonics that somehow Ko thinks is mnemonics, it uses the very traditional mnemonics. It's a one-step mnemonic. It's not in necessarily my preferred way, but the one-step mnemonic is it's different because it's too rudimentary. Like having something rhyme or sound close to each other, that's not enough resolution for me. I need more resolution. So instead, I'm going to memorize the cipher and then use that to elevate my meaning of the cipher. So centaurs will be doing things that allow me to form the association, as opposed to having to rely on what word they're going to use for each read. Like it's the point where if I disagree, I'll just use another cipher word that makes it more convenient, right? And that's kind of a different way to go about it. And then lastly, we have trans and in trans. And boy howdy, we're still working on this one. So right now I'm currently basically bootstrapping. I'm bootstrapping by using grouping. So association again, grouping. And then I'm retroactively doing direct object placement. for the meaning. So like something, someone, whatever. And what is going to accelerate this is using double check. So I wing it, like, oh, this is still 50-50. Take the 50-50, do the double check, retroactively do the direct object and coupling as much as I can. And then the grouping at the highest state is trying to group the character and sounds together in some way so that I can remember that, oh yeah, kimeru is transitive, kimaru is intransitive, right? That kind of thing. And there's one last thing. I just realized I have one last thing. Whoops. I totally didn't mean to. Can I? Nope. I hate when I accidentally tap this thing. That's annoying. Okay. So one last thing before we switch to the last set. The last thing that we're mentioning. And that's a nendaku. Which also deals, it's in the special category. I just forgot to, you know what, let's just throw it in over here, right? So rendaku, right? Oh, rendaku and shortening, or like euphonic changes, and that's rote memory to some extent. We also have a solution for that because now we're using explicit pattern recognition, and I've already added that. So let's get into it, right? We're finally at our last step, which is future directions, critiques, right? Which we kind of did. And then the last one is to introduce what I will change and things to consider for the future. I have a few things that I don't really, will play by ear for now because I have things that may indirectly help with it or not. It's kind of hard. You know, so what will I change? Things that I'm already going to change right after this, because we're doing today's lesson, and today is the second peak day. So we're doing this little hump right here. It's the second peak day today for level 10. That's why I'm not going to do Duolingo Spanish for now. And we concluded a section already recently, so it's a very logistical stopping point for the time being. Right. Okay, so what color did we go? We went with yellow. All right. So now we're going to use this canvas. And I'm going to write in yellow the things that we're moving forward to address, right? So in terms of time, I was tempted. So things to consider would be something like these are sort of tangentially relevant. So I'm using back-to-back. So most things at the highest level contributes to time. Back-to-back will be reducing time. It is combining a thought process that lines up with me. So what is back-to-back? Is when I see a read is going to be prioritized. When I get a read, I always think read, then meaning. Read, then meaning. So it's related to consolidating efficiency in terms of the time. Am I getting a lot of return for it being scrambled? The answer is no. I thought it might be, so I kept it up for 100 days, and I contrasted with Hanzahiro. So this is in comparative analysis to Hanzahiro. Now my accuracy might not be as great in Hanzahiro, but it is a fourth of the time compared to. You like your theories, but you think comprehensible instance is the most effective if implemented correctly? Yeah, big if. Big if. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Okay, so back to back, I disagree. If you're only doing that, I disagree unless you're assuming that the other person does other forms of input. So, you can isolate comprehensible input and use it as own compared to comprehensible input with other things, and I believe it's negligible then. So and with the combination of other things, the person is more consistently going to carry out the task and have a higher retention rate than relying on solely one method. So I guess I appreciate that you think that, and I think it is, if implemented correctly, and that implementation, that correct implementation involves implementing other things. So that's, I don't think, in my opinion, it is more sufficient, or it might be sufficient to learn effectively, but I don't think it is more effective without being implemented correctly. And implemented correctly involves other inputs, not just that. So its exclusivity as a effective strategy is sufficient, but not the most effective if not implemented correctly with other forms of input. So it itself is not most effective excluding other things. You're correct, because of the big if, most research actually uses a hybrid of comprehensible input and one of other two methods, which might include traditional translation. Yeah. So I totally agree with you. It is probably the most effective implemented correctly. And that's usually making sure that you have other forms of input and it really is synergistic, right? I actually think it's not only more effective, the balance of it will elevate the sum of its parts. So as opposed to struggling exclusively with one form of input, regardless of what it is, being able to manage and adjust multiple inputs that include comprehensible input as one of the more effective ones elevates all the sums of their parts. So like 10% grammar, 5%, and the older you are, like the more experienced you are as an adult, you can leverage how you're spiking all the things. Now, another argument, 1%, $100, 100%, 100%, oh yeah. So like the nice thing about this is I want, like, the idea is that the other inputs and stuff, it's not a one-stop solution. And I feel like one of the things that causes dropout is burnout. And burnout really sucks. It kind of just ends the efficacy. Like, for example, your fuel can burn super effectively and push out a lot of power. But if you run out of fuel, well, I mean, you got a fast way of burning fuel and creating power, but if you're not replenishing your resources, which is a form of engagement, motivation, and other forms of stimulation, which interestingly enough, injecting variety tends to be a very cheap, non like intrusive or analytically high complex way of refueling some of that resource, like your effective factors, basically the ones that are used to be, that are pushed to the side and ruled out because you're assuming those are not an issue. There's no lack of that resource, right? And the things I'm talking about here is not about comprehensible input, because I'm not using comprehensible input in this case, of course, but in the way is to highlight how it can complement most things. Like, obviously, it can be difficult when you're focusing on a product to talk about others, but I have tried to encourage the idea that when you're aware of burnouts, then you don't have to naturally have to worry that regardless of how effective your method is, if it's not sustainable, then burnout ends that trend. And comprehensible input alone itself has led to burnout. substantial burnout, in my opinion. And it's a very common occurrence. Even when when I'm using WaniKani, I don't have people who specifically just say, oh yeah, SRS is the king and all that stuff. They actually say like, oh, I'm doing comprehensible input, and I'm like, okay, so how you going about that? Like, well, I occasionally watch this and watch that, and sometimes I don't want to do it and whatnot. It's like, okay, that sounds like comprehensible input, but to some extent. But there are things about SRS that produces scheduling, consistency, and then you have other engagement products that allows one to determine when they are engaged and when they are disinterested, because comprehensible input involves also the alleviation of engagement. You're assuming that you don't have problems or deficiencies in finding engagement, relevance, and many other effectors that would come before even being adherent to taking the efficiency and efficacy of comprehensible input. The alternative as well, one that is poorly defined most of the time, is what I'm doing here, which is a fraction of my time, like I said, about 10% of my time, is self-evaluation, problem solving, and optimization. These things involve being able to know how competent you are. If you do not know how to accurately evaluate yourself in self-study, it's great to have a teacher or someone who's trained to do these things. Alternatively, if you're self-studying, which is the basis of this analysis, you have to know when you're competent and things are working for you, because comprehensible input does not work if you do not know your own competence. And oftentimes you would trust that the framework and the feedback you get from comprehensible input, if you're trusting it wholeheartedly without outputting and suggesting other changes and stuff, because without output, you're not really sure of your competence. You could argue that, okay, graded content will give you that feedback. Sure. Other strategies actually promote an even more deeper level of understanding of trying to gauge one's own competence, and that can accelerate comprehensible input, not detract from comprehensible input. So the combination of certain skills that you attract and dedicate to figuring out that works ultimately can provide synergistic effects. And what does that look like? I'm not prescribing anything. It's great when someone is able to problem solve and critical think through it, and comprehensible input can be leveraged very dramatically with someone who's far more capable of being active in their studies as opposed to passive, which is one of the psychological biases about comprehensible input, which is what I just described is a real anecdote from my interaction with a lot of people who use CI, where they say, oh, no, occasionally I will just watch this. And I'm like, okay, do you learn anything from it? It's like, no, I just believe in the process. Like, if I watch this and I understand some of it, and, if I feel good about it, I'll vibe through it at some time, right? And that, to me, is kind of like equating comprehensible input to vibe coding with AI, where that is that's a poorly implemented understanding. And yeah, I think that happens far more nowadays. So raising awareness, despite I'm not talking about comprehensible input, may allow someone to translate this type of observational skills and behavior to comprehensible input. So in the future, when they're actually doing CI or, picking up dreaming Spanish or other things that leverage comprehensible input, they are able to analytically also take advantage of the exposure to other methods, or compare them and how to leverage the interaction between them. Thinking of things in a void is great to start, and then elevating it by looking at the interactions between the things you know and other things are excellent, or even more interesting. And in my opinion, even if it gets worse a little, it's still kind of fun to do problem solving. So problem solving and critical thinking is actually the underlying core of this, not necessarily what's the fastest way to learn a language. I think having things that are less ideal are also functionally very important skill development that is unrelated to how fast you can learn a target language. And that was kind of why I enjoyed the idea that kids grow up learning more than one language. Because during that phase, not only are they learning a language, right, the target language, they are problem solving. Or inherently, you want to believe they are problem solving. Now, if you go around as a champion of comprehensible input and you suggest that this is the recipe for fastest language acquisition, that refutes, or like that diminishes and mitigates the child's opportunity for problem solving or critical thinking. So yes, you could technically map out a child's ability and gain all the advantages of getting them and pushing them really rapidly through something without any resistance or drawbacks or analytical skills, because it's all prescription, right? And then you are raised with a child that in their adulthood are incapable of optimizing critical thinking or self-evaluation. And that, in my opinion, is often the consequence of targeted algorithmic product placements and or heavy misrepresentation and generalization of compartmentalized methods that are often far more efficacious in terms of behavioral response when there is variety and diversity in their approach. So for me, splash in a little things here and there, and I like to encourage people that, not for the sake, I think your efficacy and your efficiency can take a slight hit for your overall mental sustainability when you're engaging in lifelong skills. Like, some days you want to sprint instead of run, at the expense of maybe you don't like sprinting, but jogging all the time the same. It's great. You're doing your due diligence and you're improving it and you're making that efficacy. But occasional sprints can provide a new perspective and whatnot. It's the behavioral consequence. I think the most effective things oftentimes are not the most sustainable things. And that applies to SRS, obviously. So this is how I'm keeping myself from burning out from WaniKani as well. This is my first time with SRS, so it's very interesting. It's intellectually stimulating. I think comprehensible input is largely the default on how I acquire most of my information, and not in the area of language learning, in the area of science. Science is where comprehensible input occurs quite often, because even then, the scientific method, it kind of operates on comprehensible input. You change things to a point where you still understand the system, and then evaluate what has changed in the system to comprehend what it's actually doing. So you change things to a point where you still can comprehend all the variables around it in order to ascertain what the change did. And that's kind of keeping it within a level of comprehension while testing new things. And that new discovery becomes new knowledge that you learned. So I totally think that that is also the premise of anyone who's in a scientific field and or some sort of physical science, and maybe even coding, right? Coding is also a language. So absolutely. Okay, so what I did here for the time reference is something called back-to-back, and that's what WaniKani's community decided to call it. Back-to-back is when you have the mnemonic, not the mnemonic, the kanji read be attached to the, or the read is coupled to the meaning, right? The meaning. And you can change the order, but we're going to keep it read, then meaning. Read, then meaning. So in a way, this alleviates time, right? In a way, this alleviates time. So that's good. Maybe I can liberate some time from this. I think this unifies Hanzahiro with WaniKani. I have tested if it was random, and I honestly feel that by the time I get to it, I'm making a double process. That double process can help me with retaining things by thinking something first, but in the long run, I think I like to think of the read before the meaning. So sometimes when the read comes up first, I'll think of the meaning, and then when the meaning comes up, I'll still end up thinking about the read before thinking about the meaning, right? So inherently, I have rudimentarily end up thinking meaning, read, then meaning. Now, it would be different if we switched the order and forced a meaning before the read over and over again. I haven't decided to do that yet. There's a chance Kani Wani might actually end up alleviating that part, where I constantly frame in the way that I would take the English to the Japanese. But I don't think that's necessary for now. So we're gonna do back to back. It's gonna be read, then meaning, read, then meaning for everything from now on. And comparatively, Hanzahiro is a reduction in, like, it contributes to a reduction of the time, largely because I'm not double taking constantly when the meaning comes up again. Okay, and then what do we got as well? Rendaku. So where is the Rendaku? Oh, so Rendaku here, it's someone trying to explain it. So we have an extra footnote, right? Extra footnote to try to explain Rendaku in an explicit way, as opposed to a exposure way or pattern recognition, like intuitive. I think overall, for Rendakus, I have exposed myself to the various ones. Like, I actually have a twitchy feeling every time I hear Hitsu and Jitsu at the front, right? So you kind of still form the intuition for Rendaku. However, every once in a while, it's nice to read some explainers, right? So I have a extension, a script, I forgot what it's called, but it just explains the Rendaku, or it tries to explain Rendaku from a linguistic standpoint. And this one, it coupled with the next thing, which is here, control and scaling, right? Control and scaling. This is where we're going to address with double check. This is where I take the gamble. I already know all the possibilities. Gamble, slam. See if I can either unify, correspond, or diverge the ideas. And how this works is with a Rendaku, I can also take a gamble on Rendaku and know which ones flow from my ears to my mouth, you know, like, because I kind of vocalize it from time to time. And with that, the double check allows me to say, like, oh yeah, this is Rendaku, but I can still continue to improve. Like, Rendaku will come from, like, context, comprehensible input. However, it will prompt me to look at the footnotes to explain the Rendaku further. So the ones that I get naturally, like, I don't know, dai dokoro, or I don't know, hiki, right? something like that. Those come up really naturally now, but others that don't, it'll kind of give me an opportunity to be a little bit quicker, while at the same time have a resource where I can elevate my understanding of Bendaku if it exists. We'll see how it turns out, because I don't know what the source is like. So this is for double check, and double check, obviously scaling and control. Context lists like flashcards can only go so far to do it, so double check. And then on top of that, right, we see that actually meaning and reading is pretty predominant. So to alleviate a lot of these other things indirectly, like for example trans and intrans, and expanding and controlling, alternative reads, these things we already decipher. We're implementing context sentences. So context sentences will now be below the entry of especially verbs. Predicates are definitely a big one, and then situations like this, right? So for vocabulary, so these are not related to the radicals and kanji, which were relying on vocabulary as one of an outlet for that. So I've been retroactively adding meaning and synonyms to the kanji based on vocabulary, and that's kind of what I'm going to do to continue addressing the scaling issue. But to make that consistent, or a little bit more consistent, context sentences can allow me to infer trans, intrans, normalize my what I know about N5 and N4 grammar, and then I also can resolve these things because I can trial and error and then see the context to resolve synonyms, right? Now, one thing I wanted to really do was, despite the pitch accent and the generated voice thing, like trying to speak and whatnot, I really wanted it to have a synthesized voice say these context sentences after the entry, kind of like Hanzehiro, in order for me to negotiate some reads every once in a while, or hearing specific things. Now, I think this might be a little bit presumptuous, but I would say I think I have enough audio acuity to ascertain the pitch of synthetic voices without trying to mirror the really jagged movement. But the idea is I listen to relative pitch of the sentences and the things, and with that idea I can at least line up sounds with each other. So it would have been an extra nice level of combining the sounds. That's Hanzehiro is fully synthesized too, but it's enough for me to put certain syllables next to each other, right? And that can create another level of intuition that I'm not really actively pursuing, but I couldn't get it to work. So that's out of the question. Something to consider for the future. And I think there's one more thing. So there's also stroke order, which we're not going to touch on that for now. I think my writing is sufficient that it spends less time looking at stroke order nowadays. So maybe if things get really complicated and I keep having myself hear that, oh, maybe I'm not sure about the stroke order, then I'll think about something with stroke order. And to the detriment, so as a compensation for reads and context sentences, I've added pitch information. So as we're working towards that, where I have added pitch information for the vocabulary to offset maybe curiosity and whatnot. Is there anything else? I think those are the 5 changes for now. So we have double check, back to back, context sentences on the below, they're like a small, simple, complex context sentences, and for the most part, I will be using them on case by case, so I won't necessarily be looking at the context sentences all the time. Hanzahiro is baked in, so it's actually in the prompt, which obviously WaniKani does not have. And then that's it for now. Oh, how did this work? Easy, hard, note corrects, where I ponder, stuck notes correct, beginning and end. Oh, I thought about maybe like tracking, implementing maybe tracking errors. I just realized I'm writing on top of each other. That's fine. Tracking errors, question mark. So there are a bit of lots of dashboard quality of life changes that could be useful for some meta-analyses, but I think Wikistats is far more than sufficient for doing that. And that's it. That's what we're doing in the future for now, and then we're gonna give it another 100 days to test, right? So I spend most of my time expounding upon like the pros and cons of what I see here, and obviously I want to make a disclosure. I use comprehensible input, or I engage in comprehensible input with my activity of the day, and that's probably something that hasn't been factored in a little bit. So like right now I watch One Piece. I basically watch One Piece. But there will be times I look at vlogs, right? Vlogs, not podcasts, just vlogs, and these are multicultural vlogs. Fun thing about this is one of the vlogs, this guy, he finally returned and he made like a few one of those like shorts where you contrast 3 different homophones or pseudo homophones in Japanese, and they act them out. So that's kind of the example of stuff that I interact with. And then occasionally like interviews, going to the streets, interviewing, and then you hear a mixed language, right? You hear English and Japanese going back and forth. That's the stuff that I typically cater towards right now, because it's about introduction, talking about yourself a little bit, asking questions. The closest thing that I'm gonna get to a point when it comes to speaking with someone is probably an interview kind of situation, or asking questions, greetings, that type of thing. So that's what's being normalized in my ears right now. In terms of reading comprehension, the sky's the limit, because that is the most immediate goal, and oftentimes reading is pretty good for that. However, the games that I play are dialogue centric, so while graded readers are fantastic in terms of comprehensible inputs, manga and like graphic novella type of things go a bit more, and we're already playing video games, right? So soon we're gonna do So to Speak, and we're still wrapping up Wagotabi, which their introduction on Japanese and stuff is either situational. So to Speak actually use contextual situational stuff. So like reading text on objects and whatnot. Wagotabi takes conversation, right? Conversation. And soon we'll be back next year, probably with another Like a Dragon game, or the year after that. And we'll see where it is then. So there you have it. How long did that take? Yeah, a little shy of 5 hours. It's a lot shorter than yesterday's Duolingo Spanish. I was settling in the mood. My internet actually went, my ISP actually cut off for like 30 seconds right near the end. It's like telling me, hey dude, can you wrap it up please? I actually think a little bit shy of 5 hours is icing for hitting, what did I say I had a reduction in? I was going to try to accomplish it in 10 hours roughly for every 100 hours. That's pretty solid. Yep, there you go. All right, and now we do today's peak day. So we're up here. We're up here. Okay. Let me get situated here. I might have missed a couple of topics, but that's okay. Right, work in progress. Alrighty. Okie dokie, 212. So because we are starting much later, we super stacked the entire day, and we will see. Now the question is, did I break everything? No, I did not break anything. So that's excellent. And we're just gonna go in vanilla style, right? Okie dokie. This is out of schedule. I haven't done WaniKani this late in the day, so we'll see. We'll see how it impacts my feelings here. Okie dokie. And they're broken. No, maybe they're not. I'm just gonna refresh just so I can see this. Okay. All right. So let's try it. Okay. So you can see that there's a little on the bottom in case I need it, right? In case I need it. Okay. Underground. Shika? Oh no, above ground. Right, and now we have the pitch pattern, right? Chizo, right? Chizo. So now I have what I think I hear matching with the pitch accent, right? Okay. Okie dokie. Here we go. Whoops. Shosha. Checks out. Kaesu. Yeah. 返す. So let's test this. Okay, something doesn't work. I was trying to test this. Oh, that is broken. Hold. Oh, I actually don't have that. Okay, I don't have double check to test. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna there's a this is something about I've already mentioned about like the return in the idea of exchanging something. But hold up. Let's oh, we're not gonna add it now. It's fine. Double check is not up. That's one thing. Yeah, I forgot to add double check. Did I this up? Yes. Okay. All right. It's fine. Arashi. I'm getting used to the back-to-back.
Fusen.
Fusen.
Kyoushitsu.
教室. Subete. Subek? Oh, no. That's not. That's not the. Anata to. Thing. Onaji. 教えて. Oh, no. I 考えです. What was the read on this? So I guess I'm gonna write this down. So all plus ku. Something the same. You think? The thoughts are the same. Your thoughts are the same. Or I think the same. Onaji? No. No idea. No clue. I know there's like the subete thing, right? That's not that. Zen? No. Not Zen. Kanadazu? No, that's not it. Yeah, no idea. It's just got no, that's Zenbu. Wow. Just a complete blank. Do I have a guess? Fuku? It could be fuku. No, 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 no. That's clothing. Oh, wait. Anata to mattaku 全く同じ考えです。考えです。考えです。考えです。考えです。全く This is special though. So maths. I don't know that's I don't know how so what does that even mean? Like completely? This is a adverb, right? So ku gives me adverb vibes, right? It gives me adverb vibes, and that means if this is all, it's like wholly, completely, entirely, truly, really. So we're gonna go with completely. And then something about Matt. The name Matt. Matt just wants everything. I don't know. It's mataku. Mataku. Like this.
Mataku.
Mataku. Oh, it's low first. Mataku. Okay. I don't know. It's Matt. Yeah. The person who completely doesn't understand this vocab word is Matt. Be sure to take a note of the small. Doesn't help. This is the kanji version of the kanji all, so it's like you add a li to it, but that doesn't work too well. Ali, come on. So instead, think of this word as completely, entirely, and true. Mataku has no rendaku. Yeah, so this is an example of the information that we're adding. Right, and then this information that we're adding. Okay. Mataku is... I don't know. That's really weak. The definition is okay. Dasu. Dasu. To take out? Guess we can just do to take out. Okay. I still have to... I don't have double checks, so I can't just wing it and retroactively... Not yet, anyways. Bakasu.
バカす
Bakasu. Hmm. 日本では Oh, that font is a little what? Person middle. Seibutsu. Seibutsu da to. Seibutsu da to. Iware. Iwarete. This is to enchant, right? Or that doesn't that that sentence doesn't help me here. I think this is like to bewitch. To bewitch is the thing, right? I think this got a change recently. To trick or to okay. Yeah, this got a change recently. So let's see. You've seen the word wakeru to transform before. Or not wakeru, bakeru. Bakeru before, and here's a related word, bakasu. This means to bewitch, to trick, or to deceive. Why in Japanese folklore, foxes, spirits, and other yokai often transform in order to bewitch, trick, or deceive humans. To bakasu them, in other words. This verb is transitive. Checks out. Or not really. So it needs a direct object. You bewitch, trick someone. Right? You know this because when a fox wants to bewitch someone, they have to huss. That's right. Oh, and then we added context sentences with highlighting. Right? So it was this one.
日本では、タヌキは人間を欠かす生物だと言われている。
Okay. All right. Slowly, slowly. More extra stuff to do. What is this? Center, center? Oh, middle center. Jinichi. That doesn't help. Wait. Ah, that doesn't help. Jeez. Oh, to the left. Right. To the left. Mommy. In the middle. Chinichi. To the right. Oh, is it still middle or center? Then I guess we're just saying chew. 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 Ne? I mean, we're just gonna go with it.
中央
Yeah, chew. Oh, that's interesting. Chew versus chew. Okay. I see. We're just gonna go with center. Because that's what the context would suggest.
今朝
It's
楽しみ
tanoshimi. Oh, I see why there's tanoshimi versus tanoshimi ni. Tanoshimi versus tanoshimi. Tanoshimi versus tanoshimi. Okay. Oh, that was a little... What the heck is this? Was it Viking? Yes. Okay. Got a long ways to go today. Wakaru? Is Wakaru.
Wakaru
Wakaru.
Muke
Okay. Oh! That's weird. That's a bug. Okay. That's fine. Oh, it's because, yeah, it's a suffix. Yeah, that makes sense that it pulls up nothing for the suffix. That actually checks out. Rakusho.
楽勝
Rakusho. Yep. Okay. Now I can actually see the ending in case. Rakusho. And then also see the divergence between Kyoko and Kenichi. Cool. Cool. You're different.
馬力
Bariki. Yep. Miwakeru.
見分ける
Miwakeru. C and then C to parts. Distinguish. Oops. Alright, now I have to get into the pattern of read, then definition, read, and definition for this one. Wait, utai. Dang it, it's something else. Oh, wait. Oh, see, this is what double check would be useful because it's Sentai. I don't even want to think about it. Like, it's Sentai. Like, I was just thinking of something else. I had a distracted Oh, and the nice thing is, yeah, so we just go right to it, right?
戦隊
Hentai. So while it doesn't help that double check is not up, that's fine. I'll just move to tomorrow. When I'm talking, sometimes I distract myself as well. Which one are you? Oh no, which one are you? I think this one is supposed to be Snake. I typoed. Oh my. This is why we need double check. This is why we need double check.
次第
時代 No. Kai. Oh, yes. This is different. Because I don't have... So it's not that. Toll? Kaito? Yeah.
怪盗
Kaito.
Kimaru
Kimaru. And Kimaru is intransitive. So it's to be decided. This is where I would want double check. It's probably to be decided. And then Kimeru is to decide. Joel.
Tenshi
Inch. I keep typing sha. Shitamachi.
下町
Shitamachi. Okay. Oh. Oh, you know what? Oh, I need to refresh for this. Oh, some of that doesn't work all the time. This is when I refresh. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully this is gold and not metal. I guess we have to add metal. Okay. Oh, ooh, e. 私立大学
私立大学
私立大学私立大学 Yeah, so I can kind of see the separation in words now as well between the two. 私立大学 which is the other. It lines up with the truncated one. Okay. Diary. Nikki? That's all I got. Immediately, I think Nikki. Oh, that's a weak one. Okay. We're still marking down weak ones. So day plus record, diary or journal. And I want to say is ni shortened or modified, like nichi modified, so it ends up being nikki. Nikki is my thought immediately. Right? What else we got? He? No, hiki. Oh, it could. No, hiki sounds not great. Other ones. Days are weird. So we got lots and lots of things with sun. But I'm pretty sure it's Nikki.
Nikki.
Oh, Nikki. Oh, it's actually low. Okay. I said high going low versus right. So Nikki as opposed to Nikki. Okay. All right. Heya.
部屋。紙。
Ani. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure which one it took there. Is it convenience or I keep forgetting. It's a convenience store or convenience store? Tech and convenience store. Jeez. Ikkasho. Ikkasho.
一箇所
Yep. That makes sense that there isn't a entry for that. Minami Guchi.
南口
That didn't have an entry? Come on. It turns something toward, right? Ukeru.
向ける。
Ukeru. Or not. Oh, I missed the word turn. Yep, this is where it would be wonderful to have a double check. But that's okay. We'll just do it this way for now. As a surrogate. I missed the word. I just skipped over to turn, even though I said it. Happens. Oh, this one is tough. Because it's not what I think it is. Very bitter, so you like fall over. Something about falling over. Yeah, the context sentences is more for the meaning rather than for the read. Interestingly enough, Hanzahiro bakes it into the meaning, so even if you don't understand the context sentence, you can also get it from the read itself, which is interesting. It's definitely a different experience, and it's gonna continue to separate between the two. Oh, this is Nigai, which is a weak one. It's, so we have bitter plus E. It's bitter tasting or bitter. And guy, you need knee guards, right? Is that how that works? Yeah, nigai.
苦い
Nigai. Oh, okay. What the heck is that? Oh, this is like hometown. But what did they use for the base radical? I don't think that far back anymore. Place? Hmm. Guess we're writing this down. I really don't know. Oh, and it's a radical. So basically we're at the mercy. I'm gonna say hometown. I don't think that's it though. It could be village, right? Not Muda though, not Muda. But village in Sato. Probably. I know that it's not hometown. So I can't type in hometown. That's the problem. I know it's not hometown. It becomes hometown later. So this is probably village. But not Muda. Yeah, Sato. I'm just gonna type hometown here. It's so close to there. I'm not even. If you have every instances of village, I think every instances of hometown works too. Gotta screw this up again.
向ける
Gotta. Oh, I forgot to type turn. A bit off. Still? Oh, 4 words. Yep. Yeah, I just completely omitted the word turn. To something too. What is this? Did I just do show? Show? And I totally misspelled snake. How do I spell snake? Okay. Sorry. That's the mnemonic. Agaru.
上がる
Um. So this is to be lifted, right? Because intransitive or to rise? I don't know how many versions of this there is. Oh no, wait. No. Is this the reverse? I don't know. I keep thinking this is to lift something. I think this is transitive. It's not transitive. I should have just said to rise. It is ageru. Ageru is that no. I would like whoops. I would like for double check, please. I can
発見
where are you? No. Kame? Ain't no way that's kame. Kamoku.
科目
Kamoku. What? Oh, you gotta say that again, buddy. Kamoku. Okay, sure. Fine. See, a course? That's a course? Right. Science, but you're eyeing a science thing. So that's a course. Fun right? The Ichiban the Oh is that's a typo. Bango futa. That's a misread, my bad. Wait. This is wait. What's not a glove? It's a suit. Don't ask why that works. If it's not a oh wait. Oh no, Oshieru is Oshieru. And Osoaru is Osoaru, right?
教える
Yeah, Oshieru is. And then we have Osoaru. We'll get it. We'll get through today. I promise. Shoot. Hatsu? Shitsuhatsu sounds disgusting. Right? Shitsuhatsu. Gotta be Patsu. Batsu? No, no Batsu. Oh, wait. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait, we got it. This is a Shupatsu.
出発
Is there information here? Oh, here it is. So, Shupatsu does change to pa because tsu followed by h almost always changes to tsu followed by p. Yeah, that's kind of how I figured it too. It's almost always. So we just gotta lay it on there. Almost always. I can't wait to find out what the exceptions are. Jeez. What was this? It's just departure still. Right. Well, looky here. Look who we are. Looky here. A fault tag. A fault tag is a ticket? But not that type of ticket? A bill? Maybe? Wait, what's the read on this? Oh, no, 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 no. This isn't. Oh, this is fault. Thanks. Oh, this is, rude. This is rude. So... something there. Shitsure. Shitsure and no like change, right? Because that sounds okay.
失礼
Shitsure.
部分
部分. Birthplace.
生まれ
On it. To lower something. This is Sagaru. Ne?
下がる
Sagaru. Or is it just to lower? Or to go down? I think it's both. Right? Because... No, no, no. To lower something is... I'm doing the same thing again. For to raise something and to lower something. This is just to go down. Or... yeah, to go down. Right. And the other one is just to go up. I'm overthinking it. The heck is Kibun? Oh.
気分
Myself? Self? No, that's Jibun. This is feelings, right? Kibun. Angle. Kakudo. Nakoku.
角度
Kakudo. That's kakudo. Ooh, wait. This is the one where you like count for the winter because you got sued. Su? Or is it su? It's su because like sugaku. Yeah. Tegami.
手紙
With the rendaku. Ooh. What does it say about this rendaku? Tegami does rendaku because Kami is kunyomi, and none of the exceptional circumstances which stop kunyomi readings from rendaku applies. Oh. Okay. I see. So if it's kun, right, it's suggesting that when it's kun, it's usually rendaku on kunyomi. If it provides. Okay. Interesting. Alright. What is this again? Exit, come up, exit, out, rise, exit, come out, or go up? Is it like to improve? The heck? Or come... Wait, no. Hold on. Let's think about this for a moment. This is a deki. Oh, this is able to do something. At the moment I said deki is how I know. So, deki agaru. Right, deki agaru. So how do you phrase deki agaru? That's a better question. How the heck do you phrase this? So you're coming... It's to be finished, right? Oh, you're standing up. You're exiting and standing up or something. Something like that. You're about to leave because it's finished. Deki agaru.
出来上がる
Dekiagaru. Oh, it could go all the way up too. Okay. What is that? That's supposed to be spirit in the WaniKani world, right? Spirit and dirt. Where have I seen spirit and dirt? Sha? Oh yeah, Sha. Oh, did they go with company? Okay. Is this... This is newish, right? The neck is different. Oh, wait. This is radical, isn't it? It's radical. It's gotta be radical. But how did radical work? Ooh. It ain't no bukubi. It's a bushu. Oh, because of the shoot, right?
ブッシュ
Bushu. Yeah, bushu. Okay. All right. Chikazuku. Chikazuku. Adverb, no. This is Chikazuku is to get like to approach, right? Gotta be approach. This is a verb, right? Chikazuku, to get close, to get to approach. I've been using approach, I think, for the most part. So we blocked off village. Did I want to add the other one? No. Oops.
近づく
Katsuku. Oh boy. Oka.
他
Okay, ureru.
売れる
Be sold. Tsukeru.
つける
Ne? Mawasu? Mawasu, my walnut is spinning around. That's all I remember. Something about my walnut is hitting the ground and spinning. Right? Wait. But if I'm doing Sue, jeez. Hold up. So we got to revolve, which is Kaiten. This is a Sue. So what is to revolve around? That was Mawadu to revolve. So this one is Mawadu is transitive, right? And this is still transitive. It's definitely Mawasu. I think it's to turn something around.
回す
Mawasu. Okay. So double transitive. Rotate around to spin something. That one's iffy. That one's very iffy. Write it down. So what do you have? What are the pieces? Of course, this used times and revolve. Okay, it's still revolve. I have two revolves. Revolve plus Su. And who are we spinning, right? Who are we spinning? Su. That's where we get the to turn something or and then Mawasu. Okay.
船
Yeah.
三世
Sunset.
Hiro.
Hiro. Yoshimashi. Iru. Way of doing things. Which I wonder how many ways I could say this. Oops. Shikata, how many ways can I write this? Way of doing it, how to make? No. Way of doing. A method? I think we can just say method, right? Yeah, there's no other
仕方
shikata method. Works. Oh, what are you? Are you compare? Ain't no way that's kick or stack, right? That's gotta be compare. Oh, we had kick earlier. It's smaller. Not stack because stack is Hanzahiro. So they probably went straight to the yeah, I can't think of anything else other than compare. It's not stop. Fine. Oh, what are you? So I haven't sorted this out either. Which this is probably a substitute. I feel like there are other substitutes. I have two substitute to change. This is kawari. Ne? Yeah, kawari. What does the wa? Oh no, wait. No. Man, I realize how I'm definitely noticing that the more recent ones are not sticking as well. So I'm thinking to substitute for. This is related to to substitute for. So that has to be a substitution. Do I have any others? Like another substitution is tayo. Alright, tayo. I wonder how they're different. Tayo and kawari. And kawari is related to kawaru. Substitute. There's also kotai. For change. Okay, so wait.
代わり
Substitute, right? But can this be a no, it can't. As a substitute. I feel like this is still fine for substitution. A substitute is a substitution. In that way. So now I have like... Oh, this was what I was thinking of. Majiru. Eh? No. Yeah, this is Majiru. Is this transitive? No. Because of the G. This is intransitive. It's to be mixed. Right? And what I'm really actually thinking about intransitive is maseru. And then we have majiwaru, which is to intersect. So mazeru is mazeru. Mazeru is to mix something. And this is to be mixed because the G gives it away.
Majiru.
Deao. Oh.
出会う
Deao. Sumimasen. Oh, no, that's Tori.
鳥
Doing group... Wait. Doing group things. Oh, system. Shikumi? Shikumi? Oh no. I don't know this is a rendaku. This is the shi into a ku. Oh, and kumi. Oh, right. And there's no exceptions, right? Because this is a kunyomi. Wait, does that mean the other one is kunyomi? I don't think so. So if I was going off of what that was saying right earlier about needing an exception, is we have to hit all the exceptions. No. But as far as I know, pretty sure no, I don't know this as a rendaku. Let's write it down. What is this? Doing plus group plus me, but the me is an extension of group, right? And this is system or structure or something like that. So we have she for sheep and kumi. I think it's a rendaku. Oh wait, maybe. Ren is the thing that I'm not sure about. I think this is was there any context clues? Doing? No, not really. So this is kunyomi, and the other one has to be kunyomi too, right? Or does it not need? Nah, no rendaku. Shikumi. So shikumi sounds fine.
仕組み
So how do you explain this? Shikumi. What? Oh, well, it has no rendaku, but how do you explain? You don't wait. What? What? I was expecting something like, oh, because there's no exceptions. What? Okay, so I guess no rendaku. And this one's special. There's a combination. Can't be helped. Just a combination, you know? So special. Definitely system though.
Kuroi.
Kuroi. Atari mae.
当たり前。
Atari mae. Does this change at all? I don't like the natural, reasonable, obvious, usual comment. Alright. Fine. Okay. Daidokoro.
台所。
How do you explain this rendaku? Daidokoro does rendaku because dokoro is kunyomi and none of the exceptions okay, which stops kunyomis after okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah, it's tokoro, and it doesn't matter if it's combined with in onyomi or not. So, okay. So it's even, this is, okay. Asumu.
休む
The heck is konomae? I usually default to in front of this, but when I'm in front of something, right? I'm also before something in time, right? And if I'm in front of time, then it's before. So maybe like recently, or oh no. No, this is not before, not yesterday, but the other day, recently. Don't I have other I think I can still say recently for this. But it's the other day, not the day, but not yesterday. Or even the day before. But it might include them.
この前
Konomae. Konomae. Let's say the other day. Yes. Minaosu. Oh no.
見直す
Minaosu. See, to fix? Reevaluate? Umi? Because we just found out that is Kunyomi, right?
組
Which is still group. Utsutsu? This has gotta be Utsutsu. Copy. So you're making a copy for someone, right? Utsutsu. And utsuru. Utsuru is to be photographed. Which is intransitive. Thing that gave away Utsutsu is because Sue. You're making a copy for Sue. I don't see any other thing.
移す
Utsutsu. Is it transitive? And to take a picture. Okay. Oh, interesting. Were these here before? Probably. No, they weren't. Yeah, because it's not even in the... They might have been. Plan?
予定
Yote. Is this the one that it's still over there? Muko.
向こ
Muko. Mata. Mata. Still. Teru. Oh no. Is this guess? Does anything give away the te? I'm very tired. Sorry, excuse me. Trying to think of there's to correct success. Yes. It's definitely one of the weaker ones. So what do I have go off? This is correct, right? Correct plus te. I can't think of anything that goes off teru. Not really. Probably ateru. Because right? I think. And then I guess this is practically an educated one. To correct or to be right. To be right is ataru. That's all we got. Right.
当てる
Ateru. Yes. Has to be yes. The heck? Andy. No. That's oh, it could be Hendy. Is this special? Oh no, is this another special? Wait, is Hen Kunyomi? No, Hen is Onyomi. So it can't be Hendy. The area, the area you're at, this is Atari. And Atari is just the area where you're at.
あたり
Atari. Yeah. Someone. Full. Click. Oh no. Marui? Marui because it's round, right? It's like coin. It overlaps with Marui around. That's all she wrote. Sweet. Right.
丸い
Marui. Taking an exam. How do you accept Ju Yen?
受験
You can. Wait. Examination? Oh, it's taking an exam. Examination. Sorry. That should be acceptable.
魚
Mageru.
曲げる
To bend something. Turkey. Oh, this is what Valentine said earlier. This is a sickle, right? Gotta be the sickle. Oof. Askaru.
助かる
Askaru. To be helped. Imamade.
今まで
Until now, so since, right? Or before now. I don't like these. I don't like these. Yeah, imamade. Up until now. Until now. Gotta be until now. Ima is now. Right, Ima plus till. So until now. Until now's gotta work. Oshirase. Oshirase is right.
お知らせ
Service. What? Oh, I just realized that I didn't refresh because dang it. That's why we put double check in so it doesn't cause a refresh and I could use the context sentence. Yeah, I totally forgot. To reflect. I don't think I have a readily kun to reflect. What am I reflecting? Oh, this is utsuru. Utsuru. To be reflected. Right, because of the beatboxing.
映る
Utsuru. Ataru. Wait, ataru is to be correct, right?
当たる
Ataru. Yes. Use plus use is use. Yo.
使用
Higashi. Uchi.
東口
Yeah, this is still taking an exam or an examination.
受験
You can. I also said taking an exam, but taking an exam. It's a verbal noun. I see. The heck? Zenbei. Oh, yeah, Zenbei.
全米 上がる
Angaru. Omae.
お前
Doko. Okay. Swan. It's an animal. And I don't have anything for oh, Shiro? Shirotori? Akutori? Ain't no way. What is the oh Aku? No. Bird? Oh, Hakucho. Hakucho. Oh, Hakucho. Go.
「白鳥
Hakucho. I had no idea why I misread this. Bongo. Bongo.
番号札
Bongo. Toru.
通る
Toru. This one is to pass through. Yamamichi.
山道
Support. Gotta make sure I don't mix it up with skin. This is if. And Arini.
仮に
Mata. Nanbe.
南米
The heck? Ain't no way that's no, that doesn't work. Yeah, we're adding this to the list. So master, right? That's master. Yeah, master plus ni. Omoni? Oh, Omoni. Right, because the master you're thinking about is Mo. Right. And what does Omoni mean? I can't stop talking about Omo, but because I have no idea why you can't. Mainly because I think it's something like the main point or mainly. I'm going down that route. Right. Like mainly, because you're only mainly talking about Mr. Mo forehead. Yeah.
主に
Omoni. Mainly. Yeah. Let's write this down. Master. Omo. We're talking about Mo. Omo. Omo. Omoni. Mainly. Okay. That one checked out pretty okay. Maikai. No, not Maikai. Zenkai. Zenkai before time. So last time? Yeah. Right? Yes. We're getting the hang of it. Zenkai.
前回
Zenkai. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? It could be Zenkai. Zenkai. That's interesting. Last time for time substitution. Time substitution is still substitution, no? Yeah. What is this? Would be jitai? No. Yes. Jidai. This is week 2. I have so many week returning things. So we have time plus substitute. And I'm pretty sure this is jidai. And a time substitution. Substitution. I gotta sort this out. So there's substitute gold, which is taikin. That's cost because you're daikin, substituting for exchange for metals, right? And then we have daiyol, which is substitution. Daiyol. Then we have the other one was kawari. No? But yes, kawari for a substitute for the car. And there's koltai for change. And this is Hidai. It's a period or a period of time or something like that, or time period. It's probably time period. Oh, this one's weak as heck. Yeah, because I need to think of the other. Jidai is... Jidai can be period. That's how you get time period. I don't know how I get period though. The leader can't come to the ceremony. Oh, because the substitute was incorrect or something. Something like you had a problem and the substitute had a problem, so you had to replace them, right? And then one of the things you have to do is you have to replace them by dyeing the thing. But they went to the wrong time period, or like they're coming from the wrong time period or the wrong age or something like that. This one's tough. Okay.
時代
Yeah, time period. Demo. Otoko no hito.
男の人
It says umu.
産む
Imu. Oh, umu. Yes. Give birth. This supposed to be a hook? Yes. I think this one is the one that doesn't No, it's Hapyo.
Hapyo.
Hapyo. Okay. Let's see. Hapyo does not change. Does change because it's followed by an H and always changes. Yep. Yeah. Hapyo. Okay. Announcement. Goldfish. Ingyo.
金魚
Yo. Let's poet. Versus.
Ore.
Ore. Thanks. Skin.
試験
Skin. Skin. Heck. Heck. What am I accepting? Accepting. Oh, you can't. Okay. Okay, Toru.
受け取る
Okay, Toru. Right. Eh.
決定
決定投げつける
投げつける
投げつけるね明かり
明かり次
いAh! What? Oh, it's a typo. Jeez. I'm like, what's going on? It's a heckin' typo. Jeez, that startled me. Sorry for anyone. Yoko. Omoi, which is is that a thought or memory? I think it's a memory, right? Omoide. My eyes are like kind of glossing over. I'm really tired. So I'm gonna be. I was thinking. What was I thinking earlier? I'm gonna be sleeping, sleeping, sleeping well tonight. I am quite tired. Let me see. Natsu no omoide o sakubun ni shimashita. I was writing my summer memories. I was writing my summer memories. Or I was composing summary. I was writing. Yeah, something like that. So it could be thoughts, but I'm pretty sure.
思い出
Moide. But is it thoughts also? No, it's not. Intriguing. I guess you can still do thoughts to default to hangae for thoughts, but memories are thoughts too. That's kind of a interesting thing. Okay. Uh-oh. Ikiwake. Ikiwake is... Oh, let's just read this, right? 今日のゲーム。今日のゲームは、ikiwake だった。It was a leveled game or a tied game is probably what that says. Ikiwake. Context. Yes. It kind of feels like it's saying it's like a tied game. To pull apart or to pull into parts. Reminds me of making parts even, right? And I keep saying hiki, or pulling, hikiwake. Right. Yeah, that's got to be a tie game. Hikiwake.
引き分け
Substitute egg.
変える
And to exchange something. Nagasa.
長さ
Nagasa. Nagasa. Length. Namae.
名前
I have to admit though, the context sentences are kind of a chore to read because they're graded, and then how he graded it is to incorporate a lot of katakana, and honestly that kind of makes it longer. Jeez. This is high level altitude. No, wait. Is altitude in WaniKani or is it in Hanzahiro? Altitude. This is probably altitude. No, wait. Yeah, high level or high degree. is altitude. Eight degrees. What does this read like? Tidal? I don't. Definitely tidal. No. Not tidal. Total. I is something else. Total is altitude. Yeah, Kodo sounds like altitude.
高度
Kodo. Umai. Right, this is umai.
うまい
Okay. Which is skillful. Skill. Totemo. Oh no, I can't even spell this pretty. Okay. We have Chichu. Kai. Or is it Umi? I'm pretty sure it's Chichukai. Yeah. Chichukai.
地中海
Chichukai. Yeah, Chichukai. And okay. What is it? Med. Aaron. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. Medi. Aaron. Nadian. P. Is there no I? Is that why? No, wait. Oh, it's Ian, not Ian. No one will ever know. It's fine. No one will ever know. Forest. Just move. Why am I drawing a Lego forest? Why? Oh, Haya. Right. Pretty sure it's Haya. Yeah, Hayashi. Right. Anoshimu.
楽しむ
Anoshimu. This is arriving ahead. Then Mawari? No. Saki mawari. Special.
先回り
Saki mawari. Enkyushitsu.
研究室
It's still 2? No way, it's 2. Is it 2? What else could it be? Okay.
黒人
黒人。To run around, right? 走り回る。
走り回る
走り回る。はい。走り回る。
ちょうど
That was a typo. Oh, exactly. MAKU. This is to remember. 思い出す。
思い出す。
思い出す。Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not over today. Today is... Yeah, today is second peak day. Oh! I actually still have some radicals left over. Okay, so it's not too bad. Alright, so let's do our lessons. To wake up. Okiru. Okay. It's
起
fine.
きる
Okiru.
起きる。
It's fine. We're moving along. The end. Do I know the end? No, I don't. I want to say it's like Sawaru or something. No, Sawaru is to sit. Verb ending in rhymes with aru tend to be intransitive. Yeah. That only works like 50% of the time.
終わる
Owaru. Dang it, it's owaru.
終わる
終わる。
This situation has to end. You're the owa of a you owe. Oh my gosh, you're the ower of a lot of money. Oh my goodness. Great. For this to end, you'll need to pay back all the money. Ooh, okay. Okay. Owaru. Oh, we gotta keep going. Yeah, Geoduck leads to a page. I'm not surprised. Okay. Eiji. Oh my goodness. Kashira. Oh, Kashira is fine. Second page. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. Kashira, interesting. Alright. Last stop. That kind of makes sense. Endpoint. Final stop. Terminus. Ooh, terminus is good. Yeah, I've heard this already, right? Shuten. It could be shuten. That would mean shortening shuten. It can be shuten.
終点
No, shuten.
終点
So shuten does not end because 10 is onyomi. Yeah. That's fine. We got that. But we didn't know if it was shortening as well. Shuten. No shortening. Oh, this is the one that I'm more used to. Yeah. Saishu.
最終
Saishu. It says up. Saishu. Final, the last. Oh my goodness. The terminus versus last. Okay. Alright, the final. Alright. Fine. That's fine. This is fine. We're fine.
終わる
Oh, what do? Wait.
起きる
Iru. Ne? Oh, heckin' Pagey. What did Pagey? How? Oh, I forgot. I'm in kana. I'm in hiragana. Right. The pay pay is the same symbol. Jeez. Of all the things. Okay.
最終
Saishu. Did they take the end? I'm not sure if they take the end.
終点
Alright, we only have 3 batches. It's good. We're fine. To learn. Oboe? No. That's not. Oboeru is what I'm thinking of. Wait. No, that's not it. Learn. Sure, right, to take lessons.
習う
Narau! Oh, I totally forgot. Man.
習う
習う
You have to learn about Nara, the city of deer. Lots of deer. Oh dear. If you don't know about it, how about learning about it? Oh dearie me. That is something to learn about. We're just gonna keep going. To roll. Revolve. And then it turns into roll because of like car rolling. I don't know what that would be. A tumble, okay. Oh, tired. A ball rolls down the hill, yeah, tumbleweed. No direct object, right? Yes. Okay. Right, Aru tends to be intransitive, so no direct object, just rolling down. Yeah, got it. What could it be? Nah.
転がる
No, korongaru. Oh, that kind of actually sounds okay.
転がる
転がる
Corona. Oh, of all the things. What should you do when you want to roll down a hill? Become a bottle of Corona. Oh, at least that's a proper noun, so memorable. Just remember yourself as a bottle of Corona rolling down a hill. You're a Corona bottle, so you roll super easily. Now feel the grass under your grass as you roll down. Wait. Build in the grass under your glass as you roll down that hill. Nice, isn't it? Huh? Okay. I think that'll sit for a bit. Fast. Okay. Is this gonna go straight to Haya? The other Haya? You jump onto the scooter with a big bundle, sure, to go as fast as you can. You have a bundle of pizza in here, and they need to be delivered as fast as you can get them. Imagine how fast your scooter... Imagine how fast you can go on your scooter holding this bundle. It's way faster than you're going on foot. Soku. Of course it's Soku. Actually, I have no idea that it was Soku. Sok. You were going fast, you could only put on socks, so now you're bearing down the sheet of Tassi in your sad white socks. White socks! Imagine riding this. Okay. I need like a example. Soku. Sokudo. Interesting. That's kind of neat. Ooh, Kaido. Kaisoku. Oh, I can use Kaisoku for sure. Fast. Just too fast. Your favorite present? One time. Tekken reference? I have no idea. So. Oh yeah. So. No, Sa. Interesting. That's not gonna be helpful for now. Jitensha. Yeah, Jitensha. Self-revolving car is a bike. Yeah, Jitensha.
Jitensha.
Now, what is this? That's not Rendaku, because, yeah. Just onyomis. We're good. Unten suru. Yeah, unten suru. No worries.
Unten suru.
Unten suru. And they're all on.
運転する
So we're good. I don't remember you. But what do I need to remember about Nara?
習う
Narau. Oh, okay. And then what are we doing about this? We're circling around because we're rolling around like a bottle. Korogaru. And fast bundle and sock. And
運転する
and jitensha.
自転車
All right, transfer. You revolve, send. Oh my goodness, what does? How are you gonna do this? You revolve something, making it roll, and then send it off somewhere. This means you're transferring or forwarding it to someone else. Well, you could kind of combine the Corona thing, right? You put the message in the Corona bottle and you roll it and send it off to someone, but still kind of forwarding as opposed to transferring. Let me guess. Pencil. Pencil is often used in context of logistics or communications, like transferring packages or forwarding mail.
転送
Pencil.
転送
転送
Classic Onyomi stuff. Revolve, which is times and revolve, the number of times to revolve. Okay. Kaiten? Revolve X number of times. Really? This time, yeah.
回転
Kaiten.
回転
Standard. Advance. That. Jin. Jin. Advance. We got this. You give your turkey to You give your turkey to a scooter. You give your scooter to a turkey so it can advance. The turkey was trying and failing to walk through a crowded street, so out of the goodness of your heart, you gave it a scooter so it could advance. Imagine picking up the turkey and putting on a scooter. Of course, you give it a helmet. Yes. Jean. And it's also checks out as Xin instead of Jean. Interesting. You wave at the turkey into the street at top speed, collides with a car, and scraps up his shin. Turkey shin. Almost immediately. Silly turkey, you can't advance that fast. Of course you will hurt your shins. It's better to advance slowly, but I guess I couldn't expect you to know. Do we have a shin that isn't a Shinko. Not quite sure if I knew that. Shinka? And then Susumu. Yeah, Susumu. Makes sense. Okay. Fresh leaves. Ah, the blue leaves. The early blue leaves. The young leaves. Or greenery. Yeah, young leaves. Okay. Fresh leaves. I have a kun for that, so if we go kun, we go all kun, right? Let's say aohi, aoha.
Aoba.
Aoba. Oh yeah, I forgot Nendaku because of kun. Nendaku. Aoba does Nendaku because ba and ha are valid readings for ha, in which case the Nendaku one is almost always chosen. Aoba. Okay.
Aoba.
We got it. It's fine. And then to carry. Oh no, what is it? It's like Onabu or something.
Hakobu.
Hakobu. Alright, hardcore. Imagine you have to carry a hardcore Hako music fan home after a concert. They're spent. Oh man, Hako. Hardcore. These are new ciphers. Cipher keywords. So I gotta add them. I hope I hear Hako even more. They spent all night moshing to Hako sounds and now they're tired. Sorry, okay. Hakobu.
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 Alright, whatever. Let's go. I'm good. I got this. And it's gone. And it's gone. Wait, does this have a change?
Tensou.
No, Tensou. Does this have a change?
Kaiten.
Kaiten.
Hakobu.
Kobu. Aoba.
Aoba.
Aoba. Oh. Yep. Aoba. Oh. Blue is also green, but we're not going to talk about that. One more set. Lucky. Ooh. Is this also a Hakoba? No. I actually. Oh, I think I. What is it? Oh, I don't remember.
運がいい。
Ungai. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, wait. Do I do that? Wait, un is... Hold up. No. Interesting. Oh, this is two separate words. Oh, no, wait, but it's still un. Oh, interesting.
運がいい。
Ungai. Huh. Yeah, thank you for not clarifying that this is... Although it's ga and i as a phrase, and this kind of normalizes some of the things.
運がいい。
Ungai. That's an interesting
運がい
combination.
い。
Ungai.
運がいい
Ungai. So they either keep it up or drop it down. End. Another end. End finish is the end finish. Okay, alright, got you. Note that this is slightly more formal than... Okay. To end. Alright. So. 終了. Or it could be shoot. No, I don't see a rendaku here. It could be shoot. 了.
終了
終了. Okay.
終了
Okay, 終了. Alright, alright. We're good. Collect. Not standard. Oh, no, wait. Standard is slightly different. Just kidding. Standard is across. Alright. You chase a turkey up a tree to collect it. At least you will once you gathered enough turkeys into this one tree. Collect another turkey, sending it flying and gobbling into the tree next to the other. To gather. Well, so at least you will once you... Okay. Collect, gather. Chew. Once you've collected enough turkeys, you're going to turn them into a shoe. Well, okay. Maybe even two, but that will mean gathering even more turkeys. Picture the nice feathered shoes. Oh my word. Oh, ho ho ho. You can't wait. Go and collect. Okay. Do I have concentration collecting money? No. But collecting money is kind of nice. Chukin. Concentration. Gather in the center. Oh, that's kind of neat. Chu. Alright. Nomu.
飲む
Nomu. Oh, Nomu.
飲む
That's fine. Industry makes sense. That's a construction business and or profession. Which I'm pretty sure one of them also means industry. Okay, the business of industry. Yeah. Industry. Industry. The industry.
工業
Kogyo. Kogyo. Yeah, that makes sense.
工業
No, kogyo. Alright. And
終了
Churyo. Chase them up. Collect. What am I collecting? Chew. Collect. Ungai.
運がいい
Ungai. Ungai. I don't really understand how that's lucky. I should have read a little bit more. We gotta look at that again.
工業
Oh no.
飲む
No move. Okay, what? Oh, I thought that was the last batch. Oh no. Okay. We're in it. We're in it now. It's fine. It's fine. I know this was supposed to happen. This is uta.
歌
Okay.
歌
Utter. Uta. Okay. Uta's fine. Kashu.
歌手
Kashu. Okay.
歌手
The other way around. Kashu. Cashews. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. Kashu. Farm, landslide, and music. You blast your music loud, so loud it causes a landslide, revealing the perfect soil for farming. Musically, what in the world? Musically moved dirt is perfect for agriculture. Imagine slowly, oh my gosh, turning up your big boombox until your ears heard and ground beneath your feet is vibrating with the beat. Soon you and the boombox are sliding with all the earth down the hill and onto your farmland. Hooray! Now the farmland can begin. Dang. Hanzuhiro with pretty, what is that? Steak and ornaments? Oh boy. Something too. Nostradamus. Oh no, why did I say that, John? Nostradamus. The first method to come up with this farming method was Nostradamus. Nostradamus, the famous seer and prophecy man. He predicted human in the future would use yell cubes to move that great earth. Picture Nostradamus failing. Nostradamus. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, this is what I mean by having no and no. Well, at least it's a proper noun though. Nostradamus failing his arms and trying to explain his vision to the farmers at the time. He knows if they listen to their farming techniques will improve, but they're looking at them like he's nuts. Why couldn't it be about naughty? Like they could have done naughty. Oh no, but you need a no. What's a English word that has a long no? I guess not. It explains that. A peasant. No meme. Peasant's fine. Oh, agriculture is agriculture. Okay. No gyo. Then farm. No. No jo. Wait, no jo. Oh, show with a rendaku. Wait. No, just no jo. That's normal. Jo is the onyomi for that. What am I talking about? Alright, let's see here. Kiku?
Kiku.
Kiku.
See here, something very important, but you're in order. You have to have a key to unlock the doors, covering your ears. Go ahead. Imagine. Okay. Kiku. And then shinbun for newspaper.
Shinbun.
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 Alright. Again, farm, no. Oh! I typoed. Of course. Oh, it still works here. Farmland. Oops, I wrote farmland.
Uta.
Kashu.
Kashu.
Shinbun.
Shinbun.
Kiku.
Good. Alright, animal noise. Naku. Yeah, naku to make animal noise. Or wind, or bark, or chirp.
Naku.
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 Alright, we're fine. Side, still yoko.
Yoko.
The kanji and the word are exactly the same. That means that, wait. Please note that this word refers to the side of something, not the left side, for example. That would be... Okay, yeah.
Yoko.
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 That's a technicality. Face. Yeah, face. That looks like a face, alright. Here you stand. A hair's breadth away from the edge of a cliff. When out of nowhere, a geoduck slams you into face. Yeah, slaps you right in the face. Got it. Geoducks are gross and you back away from the edge you were standing about a hair's away from just before. Your face is all gooey and a geoduck slimy residue. I don't even know what a geoduck is. If that is a thing. Other than a geoduck. Like Pokemon geoduck. Imagine being slapped in the face with a geoduck. It's probably one of the worst things that have ever happened to someone. Those things are disgusting. Now you have geoduck goo all over your face. Okay. Kao. Yeah. Kao. Ow, makes sense. But where did that geoduck come from anyway? As you turn around the cliff edge, wiping the goop from your face and out of your eyes, you see an angry cow. This cow is one who hit you in. This cow is the one who hit you in the face with this geoduck. Oh, I see. So two things slapping you in the face. I got you. Cows are big animals. You probably got hit in the face with a geoduck pretty hard. Feel the geoduck shaped whelp starting to form on the side of your face. It's very painful and stings a lot. Alright. I got you. Actually, no, it's just cowl. Cowl this one. The other ones will come later. Condition. Investigate child. Oh my goodness. Imagine yourself investigating a child. You heard this child was having a rough time. You need to check on the condition of the home and life. Your tone. You find the condition to be terrible and you tell the parents you have to take the child away because of these conditions. Imagine them being ridiculously bad. Perhaps they raise raccoons in their kitchen. Okay. Choryo.
調子
Choshi. Oh, wait. Whoops. Wrong read. Yeah, Choshi. Yeah, that makes sense. Because that's actually the onyomi of this.
調子
I was reading la or yo. Emphasis. Strong investigation. Alright, an emphasis. Alright. If you use a strong tone, yeah, it's already going to that tone. A stress. Strong tone highlight. They are putting emphasis on whatever is taken about. It's the stress you put on things that are important because your tone gets stronger on those words. Emphasis. Okay. Give me yo ne yo for. Is there any shortening? No. Yo for 1000.
協調
Kyocho.
協調
Okay, Kyocho. Yeah, nothing really special. All right, we got it.
泣く
Naku.
横
Whoops. I keep making that typo of hitting S instead of C, dude. Jeez.
強調
Kyocho.
調子
Yoshi. Whoops. Investigate. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's a beru. It's certainly not choberu. She.
調べる
Shiraberu. Oh, jeez.
調べる
調べる
Shiraberu. That sounds like strawberry in Chinese. That sounds like a Cantonese person saying strawberry. Shiraberu. Sudoberi. Sudoberi. Shiraberu. Sudoberi. Stolberry. Shiraberu. Okay, you are hired to investigate someone's wife. It is said that she loves another man. Okay, but oh man, Shira. Well, at least they didn't go with Ra again. Ra is one that is really weak for a cipher. Ra. Shira. Okay, she love a man, but you need to investigate. Okay. I got you. Shiraberu. Okay, I got you. The most. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, what is this gonna be though? Is it gonna hold? Oh, this is. Oh no, it's not psycho. Or.
最も
Oh, motomo. Yeah, moto. Yeah, motomo. Think of the most ridiculous motto. Yeah, I mean that's good. That's good. Motto you've ever heard. Or you could use motor. That's fine. Now imagine a moto that's even more ridiculous. Here are some actual totally real motos that are the most ridiculous. What can brown do for you? It's not for women. If it doesn't get over all the places, it doesn't belong in your face. What the? And of course, why not enjoy the go? Why not enjoy the go? Those are all poop jokes. There's a lot of the. Oh no. Okay, all right, it's fine.
最も
最も
All right. All right, sick. That's fine. That's what we got. We got dynamite. A sick stick of dynamite is going to be sick forever. Unfortunately, there are no medicines that are effective on sticks of dynamite. So dynamite, once they get okay, all right. Byo, right? It's byo because of byoin. Yeah, byo. Being nervous all the time about spontaneously exploding would probably make you sweat profusely. And you know what sweating cause? Yo. Okay. You'd be one smelly stick of dynamite. Yo is very unpleasant smell, and being sick is no excuse. Picture this as your life. You should explode at any moment. You're sick and you have BO. Nobody wants to be around you because you might explode and kill them. And you think and you stink. What a terrible way to live. Yeah, byoin. Right. Byoki. Yep. Byoin and byoki. And then byo. Okay. Okay. The best. Most tall or most high in standard or quality. The best. This is Saiko or Saigo. I forgot if there's a rendaku on this.
最高
No.
最高
Saiko. This was what I was thinking. Saiko. Last one. Saigo. Yeah. Saigo. Right?
最後
Oh, Saigo. Saigo.
最後
Saigo. All right. Motomo.
最も
What do we have? We had to investigate. Oh, son of a beast thing. Oh, Shiraberu.
調べる
How did the BO work? Oh, BO.
最高
Saiko.
最後
Saigo. We can do it. Recent Saikin. Yeah,
最近
Saikin.
最近
No Rendaku because it's Onyomi. To want something. That makes sense. Request something. Or request something. Okay. That's fine. Do I have... No, I do not. How to request something? Susume? No, yes.
求める
Dang it, motomeru. Oh, I knew this one too. Oh my goodness. So that's what they mean by something.
求める
求める
Motomeru. So what is it that you want? You want a moto? Yeah, moto. Checks out. Cipher, part of this. Moto around you. Moto around your home. Your neighbor's cat keep pooping on your lawn. That's a weird cat. But if you had a moat, they wouldn't be able to get to your lawn in the first place. Since cats hate water and alligators, you request a moat. But they can climb. Well, I guess moat goes all the way around. They can jump though. Motomeru. Okay, we're okay. We're just gonna go. A demand. It makes sense. Request plus need. Yokyu. Yogyu? No, that would be onyomi. So yokyu. Unless there's an exception here. You need, request, requirement. Yes.
要求
Yokyu.
要求
Okay, we're good. Fine. Chiba. The place, Chiba. How the heck did you get chi? Rendaku. Oh, because chi as in kunyomi.
千葉
Chiba.
千葉
千葉
When did I have this as chi? I don't remember. Chiba. You haven't learned the kunyomi yet. Okay. Chiba. While admiring all the leaves in Chiba, you realize you're craving something. What goes well with watching leaves? Why, cheese, of course. Cheese. Okay, sorry. Chiba. I'm good with that. I actually like using proper nouns to remember reads of special things. Tachi. Oh my gosh, tachi nomu. Really? Standing and drinking? Tachi nomu. Tachinomi. Sorry, tachinomi. Alright. Standing and drinking, or drinking while standing, that's fine. I got you.
立ち飲み
Tachinomi.
立ち飲み
立ち飲み
Okay. Alright, we got this. We got this. Cake. And it's gone.
要求
Yokyu.
最近
Liking.
求める
Motomeru.
千葉
Chiba.
立ち飲み
Tachinomi. I don't know. Okay. How they phrased it. Alright, make business is work. Okay. Can it be something else? Task operation. If you want to make a business successful, you need to prepare to do a lot of work. Be ready to handle many tasks and operation. It's often focuses on individual hand-on tasks that are undertaken to accomplish a specific objective. So, which one is it though? Saku? Sakugyo. Sakyo. Or is it Sakyo?
作業
Sa. Okay, sa. Sangyo. You love the work involved in sawing gyo. There's something about taking a piece of gyoza and sawing right through it that you love so much. Okay, sawing gyoza. I got you. Sa and gyo together. You love the work. Okay.
作業
作業
Sangyo works. This is ha.
は
Okay. Ha.
は
は
Alright. Ha. 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 Oh no, this is mouth. What do we got? Mouth investigates. Tone. Let's say it's kuchicho. No, it can't. No, it might not be kuchicho. Kocho. It could be kocho.
口調
Kucho. Oh my. Course. You haven't learned this reading for mouth yet. Remember what you're learning the vocabulary word when you're learning the vocabulary word ku? Chi. Just take the sa off. Not the the chi off, and you get it in other. Okay. I can control. All right.
口調
口調
Whenever it's a body part, you know, whenever.
作業
Sangyo. What was this?
は
口調
Yo. The heck? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Oh. Yeah, today is tough. Today is very tough. Okay, let's see how much I'm trying to stay as animated as possible. We have so... Okay, alright. So, all of these are fine. So we have some for like half day. It was a half peak day. Yikes. Alright. So, tombstone, yes, beans, alcohol, landslide, geoduck, music, dynamite, 6, stairs, bundle, turkey, alt, sell, Chinese. Alright, and then we have some new ones. Again, Pagey. It's just Pagey. So Page. And scooter going fast with a bundle, pizza, and you only have socks on. Okay. Turkey on a scooter, you helped it put its gear but it went too fast, crashes and it shin. Turkey, go up a tree, you're there to collect and you're making a shoe. Or shoes. Playing music so loud, there's a landslide. Landslide, and it's great for farming. Turns out it's great for farming, but what the heck happened with the farming thing? What happens after the farming thing? It's also good for something else, right? Oh no, Nostradamus. Nostradamus. No. I'm just gonna call him Nostradamus. Geoduck comes out, slaps you in the face where you're near the cliff, and then a cow hits you in the face too. Cow. Okay, nice. Dynamite, sick. Every stick of dynamite is very sick, and because of very bad BO, right? Alright. Let's do our reads. So, Koichi. Shi. O. Soku. Yeah, it's supposed to soku. In. Shu. En. Shin. A. Un. Hai. Shu. No. Yo. Ryo. No. No. Interesting. No. No. Ka. San. Bun. Mon. Go. Na. Sen. Yoko. Cho. Shin. How. Yo. Sai. You. Alright, let's go over the stuff. So we have and it's gone. This is completely. We'll come back to it. Oh. Mataku. And then we have day and record. Or record. English things. Ni. Ki. Nikki. Diary. Bitter. Son of a bee sting. Wait. No. No. I don't remember. Okay. The heck? Oh. It's old. That's right. It's old. That is right. Hang. Niga. Nigai. Nigarts. Right. Bitter. Revolve and sue. This revolve? Mawasu? Yes. Mawasu. To spin something or turn something. Doing group me. Oops. What is this? Is it actually she? Shikumi. Shikumi. Wait, why is this special? Why did I write it's special? I don't know why it's special. Oh, it's probably because of this. Yeah. System. Correct. Te do. To guess. It's a little uncomfortable with to guess. Master ni. Master. Omoni. What was this? Mainly? Time period. Oh, time period was yikes. Yeah, time period was a yikes. Right, time period. Itai. All right, we did it. Did it. We got our 100 thing in, and also the peak day. This is really pushing the envelope, right? I usually this is about where I stop, actually. So we're gonna launch into Hanzi Hero in a bit here. So there you have it, folks. We're here for the first 5 hours or something. We did a little bit of a breakdown of the stuff. I forgot totally about putting in double check. So double check will speed things up. It would have been nice to test it that way, but I did it the another way, you know. Go out and then go back in. The double check is gonna resolve that. And then it's gonna not have me like refresh all the time and whatnot. A combination of things. Right there you have it. That's the WaniKani and also our 100-day tentative takes segment. In another 6 days, we're gonna do this again with Hanzi Hero. But meanwhile, since we're kind of like jostling in between, we're probably gonna do Wagotabi tomorrow, if I'm rested. Otherwise, it'll be the day after. Wagotabi got updated to yesterday, so it's actually got 2 more things, and then we hit, so to speak, to get slamming on some fun Japanese puzzle solving, right? It's not every day that a game is released that deals with edutainment versus entertainment. There you have it. As always, you're free to follow along, do your own thing, drop down your hot takes, and be ready to discuss. I'm all about discussing, obviously. As I was doing the thing, someone else dropped their hot take, and I was able to elaborate right away, largely because I was already in the situation. You know, someone says that comprehensible input is the most effective when implemented correctly. I would say that lots of things are most effective, arguably, debatably most effective when implemented correctly. I would even say that one could also take a counter argument of sampling size, right? So here's a counter argument. What is the frequency? It's funny because I made this exact normalization about counter arguments and arguments or opinions, result opinions, right? In the beginning. And I pretty much preluded this. results. People talk like incomparable talking, which is the idea that if I were to take the premise that CI is most effective, for example, most effective when implemented correctly, that's an ideal situation. A lot of times it's dealing with idealism when compared to the lack of understanding, in my opinion, or like a less apathy, less consideration, a lesser consideration, to comparing it to the implication, the implementing of other strategies. Correctly, right? So if it was to compare the ideal implementation of CI and the implementation of SRS, grammar, or however you want to segregate it, the implementation ends up incorporating a combination of those methods, at least in my opinion, unless this person, which we've clarified that this person wasn't implying that it was only CI. Now they are contributing a little bias, suggesting that it's mostly contributed to CI. I would actually beg to differ, largely because when you're making a comment like that, you're assuming the ideal case or the favorable case with the implementation of CI when comparing to the less considerable average of others. So if we're comparing the average of CI's efficacious versus the combination of others, right? For example, what if SRS was implemented correctly? It would look like something that would contribute with CI, right? That distribution might be what they're referring to, where a lot of it is contributed to CI. But I would even beg to differ on that, because when you think about it, you also have to think about retention, consistency, like burnout, in my opinion. And that's the comment I was trying to make earlier. Regardless, these maintenance stuff is required. So you can take a counter example and say, yes, in an ideal case, someone is implementing it correctly. So what is that frequency of implementing CI correctly in order to maximize its most efficacious nature or raise its average? Well, in this day and age, right, when we're considering not the archaic culmination of without taking into consideration the paradigm shifts in behavior nowadays, the odds of having a CI predominant approach may not be as attractive as a proportionally equivalent contribution of SRS input reading, that like vocabulary output that takes away from CI a lot of times. So yes, I would say probably still this, because that's where I come from, like the technique that I would use. But in today's age, if you're gonna prompt CI and it's implemented correctly, some of the things that I said is CI doesn't even take consideration about. Like, for example, CI would be, the content is relevant in the sense that as long as it's comprehensible input, it would not predominantly affect its efficacy. That's a misnomer. It's incredibly misnomer now in the internet age. So not only is the CI being implemented correctly difficult to quantify, because CI is now content dependent. As opposed to back in the day, I would agree, maybe prior to the internet of targeting things, you can find you are constrained to the obligation of specific content, right? Like just random content or content that is That's the best you can do. Nowadays, a CI, when implemented correctly, must also cater to the other situations that I'm talking about. The context-specific interest, the variety, and engagement. So you can fling around and dangle CI around in front of someone over and over again, but fail to create a consistency when the content itself, which used to not be that much relevant, would cause the retention or dropout of that person using CI consistently. They would default back to something that is like SRS and repetition, and or something that is repetitious in the nature that it feels like consistency, right? CI, on the other hand, the consistency tends to be as long as it's varied in the sense of not like watching the same video over and over again and whatnot. Like, you're trying to create converging implicit learning from all the stuff contextualized. So if you're not interested in hearing something that is outside your comfort zone, that takes a very long time to ramp up. But I totally still believe that that is the way to go. But overselling CI is something that I feel is very deceptive and also out of date. It's quite archaic, in my opinion. There's a reason why WaniKani, Duolingo, and like the likes, those apps are taking a different approach, and it's combinatorial, right? It's combined. So implementing correctly and saying it's most efficacious is two things. It's confounded by that. In order to implement it properly, it requires the balance of the other inputs. So you can argue that, say, you have a mixture and the contributing factor is that it's 70-30, but what a lot of CI prominent figures are saying is you only need CI. And the thing that I agree with is that it is sufficient for language acquisition. Likely. It's likely sufficient alone. Is it most effective? That is an erroneous statement. Or a very proud and bold statement. It's most effective. It can be potentially one of the most effective contributors, provided that it is correctly implemented. However, it can also be a lesser contributor in a combination of existing inputs now in this day and age, because consistency is not taken into account when it comes to CI, especially self-study CI. CI might be something that is framed around like obligation, but boy howdy, CI is not as engaging in dopamine responses and whatnot and repetition as some other rising competitors, right? Especially SRS. Is it efficacious in the sense of measuring different outcomes? So you could say CI is most effective if you're measuring something that you can't really measure from other methods, which is why I think this is the indication. If you're so confident that it is the most effective method, then it would be suggestive that the person thinks that the other methods do not involve in it. But we clarified that it does involve other methods. Whether it is the most effective, it's very difficult because I don't think it decouples. You can try doing only CI, and I can tell you that retention, I would argue that it is probably debatable, but I would argue that the retention is worse than a combination approach. In fact, even doing 50 CI and 50 SRS would overall have a higher retention and motivation than using CI alone. And CI alone is context specific, which makes it effective. The effective nature of CI is that you have content that is relevant to you. Irrelevant content or disinteresting content when you're applying CI takes away from its effectiveness. So there's a chance involved in it. SRS does so too due to the repetitive nature, but it is less context specific, which takes away from its efficacy for like natural like content, like sentence structuring. But vocabulary and sentence mining and stuff, the frequency of reading characters in another language in which involves character recognition, CI is not the most efficacious way to learn. I think it may be in certain ideal situations in which SRS, for example, is underperforming for a person, right? You can easily go up to someone and say, SRS is the most efficacious way to learn vocabulary out of context and implement it correctly. That is how I felt about that comment. And I had to qualify it. I'm like, well, when it's implemented correctly, it also leverages other inputs, in my opinion, in order to maximize the efficacy. So oftentimes when people talk about how efficacious CI is, they fail, in my opinion, to qualify the framework that CI has to be in. Like, for example, CI is the gold mine for kids learning language. Well, kids have the framework of adults around them. If you take CI and you apply that blanketly to whatever engages you more, like you give a kid the ability to apply CI for learning, they would learn really, really well for the thing that engages them, motivates them, and consistently keeps them on that task. And some of these other designs are focused on that. So with that, it provides additional motivation where CI can fail to engage the person. Cue the many, many people who go in and ruin their habit and their life, like cease to do their habit and their lifestyle because they believe that incorporating CI into their habits elevated their interest. Instead, you have developers who fell out of love with Japanese. You have people who stop reading manga because it's a chore now, and stop watching anime because that it's always work. So no, I really firmly believe I can see that you can maximize the potential of CI, and CI is part of language learning. So is everything else. And going around claiming it's the most effective, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It is myopic, and I still use it every day. I use CI every day, but it comes in different forms. If you're gonna, you may see me in the future maybe do some of that if the when it comes to video games, right? I'll be playing video games, they have audio, it'll be beyond my reach a lot of times. We're going to be applying CI to video games. Now, video games like point and click adventure games have quite a lot of like also visual, non-verbal things that are involved in that type of thing. And that to me is not just part of CI, it's part of all the other inputs. So I really think it's incredibly reductive and almost irresponsible sometimes when you can go around suggesting very strongly one thing without understanding and qualifying how that one thing interacts with other things. Again, I'm not denying that it's not sufficient to acquire language. If someone wants to reduce everything to a single task or a single principle to apply to everything, CI works. And then I would argue SRS doesn't work. right? It is not sufficient to do that. But here's the thing. It's not sufficient to do the whole thing, but it is certainly more efficacious than CI in certain areas as a sacrifice, right? It's kind of like saying a car, well, if you have wheels and a frame, it's sufficient to roll down a hill. But if you add an engine to it, it can go down the hill faster. Right? There are components in which they're not necessary or, again, sufficient. In the other way, CI could be sufficient. That's still tenuous and a little argumentative. CI could be sufficient. Is it most efficacious, like seen as an isolate? I don't think so. There are properties that make CI most efficacious in certain parameters, but it is the whole that makes it, right? You can have a beautiful, singular, rudimentary, well-refined, one-dimensional approach, and it can work for sure. And I think CI is one of them. It's one of them. Like, it's the closest thing to sufficiency alone in a term of mindset. Now the question is, do you fit all the presumptions of CI? Self-discipline, regular immersion, being able to inductively and have the fuel to continuously do that process, or do you do that process so long that it becomes bored, dull, and you drop out? It goes to reason to see how popular certain things are, even though people go around presenting cases for CI, right? When you ask someone, hey, what did you do? It would be at least 3 different things. And those 3 different things, when you ask those people, they're not quite quantifying all of them, right? They're not quantifying how much of an impact it is. But I could earnestly tell you, when it comes to CI, in a very specific stage, especially the beginning stages, it is not contributing to it. There are stages, there are phases of language learning that predominantly take different tools and they all come together. So, while I agree with some of the premise and can qualify some of the potential, that argument is idealistic and not quite impressed. But I could qualify the statement a little bit more and say CI is the most, in some areas, are the most effective way when implemented in conjunction with other methods, and also assuming and providing that there is 100% adherence. One could say it is the most effective one. And other methods may not be able to stand alone and do that, but they may actually contribute temporally to more efficacious gains during a journey of a language learner. So I think it would be a disservice and very misleading to wholeheartedly say, oh, I agree, this is what you should think about, because then it brings a very interesting position that I'm in. If I believe that CI is the most efficacious, then by nature, everyone believes it's the most efficacious, right? If that was true, right? This is an opinion, right? And if it were true, then I would selectively bias myself to tackling a CI approach as opposed to tackling other competing popular approaches. They are popular because there's something inherent about their efficacy in different ways that doesn't apply strictly and directly to language learning. CI can be dull as heck when you don't care about it, right? Formal education can be dull as heck when you don't care about it. But formal education applies due diligence and problem solving, things in that formal education, because there's the formal education part requires that structure. CI does not have structure. You can say, oh yeah, some of those apps prescribe things, but you can stop doing them. I would say if you rank all the stuff, like the competition and whatnot in apps, I think it's self-selection that causes the high success rate in CI related apps and also SRS related stuff. There's self-selection. If you combine them, then you have a more complete package. So yeah, more on that again. We'll revisit this type of topic again when I talk about Hanzi Hero. All right, so for that, thanks for the hot take, right? Drop the hot take, be ready to discuss, but not, I was ending at the time. And I'm gonna get up, take a bathroom break, stretch, and I'll be back for Hanzi Hero. Thank you.